Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Lady Red of the Black Pants Legion, here to assault your ears once again, as is usual. And if there's any luck and joy in the world, I might also have a lictor, if OBS is willing to cooperate. Do we have a lictor?
We do.
Yeah, I didn't have to fiddle with any buttons. Amazing. Hi, chat. How are you?
Yes, chat. Everything is fine. Don't worry about anything. Everything is happening according to a plan.
I've just sat through, our lovely intro song, listening to Lictor tell me about drunken New Zealand pigeons. So you should tell chat about that, because that was cool.
Okay. So, hear me out, chat. I am, as some of you might remember and have not yet completely deleted from your brain cells, I am busy writing my own story in the Jianxia, cultivator style, wuxia, Chinese fantasy stuff, okay? Enough buzzwords. Chinese fantasy bullshit. And I wanted to flip one of the common tropes in this universe of drunken masters. And I flipped it two ways. One, it's the lady drunken master, as in they drink a lot and gain a sort of weird enlightenment from it. And secondly, I wanted to go with an enlightened beast, because in my setting, humans are not even, they are the majority, but they're not the complete and utter be-all and by-all. And in order to create a character for this, I went ahead and did some research about animals in our world that get absolutely wasted. And apparently in New Zealand there's a bird called the kururu pigeon, or somehow, I must be butchering the pronunciation of that thing, but nevertheless, that are so famous for getting wasted on fermented berries that there are signs along roads to watch out for birds face planting from the trees into the roads below. And so I've made the decision to make a jolly matronly lady with a keg face planting into the story, falling from the boughs of a tree, just absolutely wasted.
I am looking forward to this very much.
Because I can just imagine
310 stream streak from Ravano. Why? You fool! Pigeons are very dumb. They don't really need help. I mean, they're very good at going, oh yes, we're supposed to live on cliffs. Human skyscrapers are effectively the same as cliffs. We live there now. And just eat trout.
Yes. Yes, but also the kururu pigeon are very, very pretty. They have beautiful plumage and they have very low species dimorphism, which means I can design the character to be very vibrant and very loud and very drunk all at the same time while being a pigeon. So that means they have that lady, and I sat down and designed, and she has that, bombastic fantasy name of it all, and hidden master, crouching idiot, hidden master, sort of a deal. But the birds are beautiful, and designing it's just one of these moments where you can design a character that's satisfying both because it's funny and because it's true. It's just that, and I was so happy with it. One moment, I want to show you the image of the bird that made me decide about a portly woman carrying a keg of wine with her and just
they are very bright birds. I should probably show
Yeah,
chat, shouldn't I? Let me save image,
Querétaro.
shove on desktop.
And there's very little dimorphism because in most birds, the female is very drab and hidden, and these things are
Let's
just
change this
you.
image. That was when we had our car crash. Let's change this image over to show the bird instead of,
Yes,
terrifying car things. There we go.
yes,
Nice
no,
bird.
Final
Much better.
Destination.
There we
Yes,
are. Nice bird.
bird. So this is bird, and that, and I sent you another one just to show you the plumage that made me decide this white coat, blue green head that I really, really like. And they just like, yes. It's one of those times where you sit down and design a character and just like, yes.
I could work with this. Here we go. Let's set up. There we go. There's the other image for chat. And they can see this. But yeah,
See,
pigeon time.
pigeons. And this is a fat plumage. This is a round, portly beard, but that had enough beer. I mean, this thing, if this thing face plants into, imagine, if you will, we're not going to show the thing I bullied the God machine, right? We're not using that on stream.
No, because I think it would be much more fun once you've, used the inspiration to make your own thing, and then we show chat and be like, here's the cool character Lictor made.
Yeah, I made a character, and I am so happy to have researched it for Pigeon Musume.
Not doing Pigeon Musume, mostly because I just don't have time. I have drawn 3 vehicles today already, and this has been a week. We'll get to that in a minute. We'll let Lictor finish talking about pigeons first, because he's very excited.
Okay, I'm super glad about it. One moment, let me find the list of titles this thing has, because when building a Genshin character, they need a certain depth to them. They have you need levels of introduction. It's the name you tell your friends, and there's the name you tell your enemies, and then there's the name you go by with really important people. So wait a minute, let me find that, because this is... Whew.
I'm not going to worry about wooing the pigeons, because somebody already made an entire game about it. Was it Hatterful Boyfriend or something? It already exists. It wasn't our fault. The BPL had nothing to do with it, and for once it wasn't this specific chat, so that's fine. We don't have to worry about this.
So this bird person is known as Auntie Ruyu. Mm-hmm. The keg bearer of the swaying boughs is how she's known when she's punching you. The white-bellied wine dove is the beast epitaph, and if you really, really want to annoy her, you call her by the entire name: Master of the Third Gate, white-bellied wine dove of the swaying boughs. And if you call her by this entire name, you better have an excuse, or you'll get that keg to your face as a hello and how do you do. And again, she goes by Auntie Ruyu, and the way she gets into the story is that the 2 very stuck-up cultivators, which are from a very, very orderly and strict sect, to the point of rationing food and controlling every aspect of their lives. And they're walking down the street, they're walking down a long and lonesome road out of the valley, and this thing face plants from a tree into their lives,
Amazing.
And I just can't wait to get to the scene where I describe them trying their bestest to gather up their gobsmacked jaws off the floor and trying to figure out what the hell they're going to do.
Writing is
Because this
just
is
the most fun you can have.
it's like it's you get in their sect a master of the third gate is considered an elder. It's considered an important, and they know that the elders will not abide a word out of place. They will get punished for having the wrong shade of eyebrows. And here this thing falls into their lives and throws everything into disarray. It's like heavens is wrong, sun is a lie, birds aren't real. The government has pigeons for robots. That's it.
Doctor Who has said, can you explain what a cultivator is for those not in the know?
Okay. Essentially, to give you the basest Western fantasy idea, a cultivator is a person that can sit down, absorb mana, which has many names over Chinese fantasy, absorb mana in some manner and achieve a level of achieve certain superpowers. There are many ways to do that. But cultivation is essentially, the word is very deliberate. It is the working on yourself and cultivating your power. It's like a farmer through repetition and practice and formulaic practice to become more powerful. In most tropes, to be a cultivator is to defy the heavens and seek immortality. It's all our farming is cultivation in modern day jargon. Yes,
Yeah.
it is sitting on top of a mountain, looking extremely cool and collected, while somehow reaching the venerable age of 800, looking like you're merely 90. Um, this is cultivation, but it's very basic. It has it has as many variations as magic. Yes, cape, no, but seamless shirts. Uh, would you define Sun Wukong is definitely a cultivator, of course. He followed many cultivation tropes, but he also mixed in Buddhist and Taoist tricks as well, which are coexisting with cultivation. Sun Wukong is one of the defining myths that many cultivation stories refer to and incorporate.
Cool. All right.
What this is all about. Thank you. What?
He gets it now. I think he understands what's going on now. Yeah. I know
Okay.
exactly what this is all about. Yep. You did a good description.
Thank you. Okay.
All right.
Enough
This
about
week. Yes, pigeons.
extreme weebies and pigeons and drunken pigeons. Drunken pigeon, hidden dragon.
Yes. The most famous Chinese movie. Anyway, this week has been stupidly busy. Last week we started really early and we read a whole load of the Hungry Like the Wolf rewrite and had frankly, a fantastically good time. I was somewhat dead by the end of that week, and I have a lot on my plate right now. I'm working on a Thing TM with the boss and another group of very talented people, and I'm having a wonderful time with it. But between that and the writing consulting I do on Sundays and just all of the things I have on my plate at the minute, including needing to get some wrestling art done for various people, I have not had time to write Shoal this week, so unfortunately I do not have anything Shoal-wise for you. And yeah, I'm tired. I had to take Tuesday off because I'd done too much and was very, very sick. I'm okay now though, but I haven't written any Shoal. So we have some choices this week. I do know that BB sadly will not be joining us today, so we potentially have all of the time of BB's slot as well. So if we wanted, we could simply carry on from where we left off last week and read a ton more of Hungry Like the Wolf rewrite. We might even finish it, who knows? We read over half of it last week, so, we have that. Yes, I took a day off the travesty, and it was because I've had to spend the rest of the week trying to catch up. So we could read some more Hungry Like the Wolf, which would mean starting out with the Elemental Postman, moving into the Stealth Atlas, and then on towards the ending. And I'll spoil it for you. The epilogue is set at a harvest festival. So, we have that. I don't have Aiden home to come and do the elemental voice. On Saturday, Aiden read a couple more chapters to my book club instead of me reading it, and his voice for the elemental was hilarious. He was also reading Alaric as Kermit and Darvenger as Miss Piggy, and it was just ridiculous. It was the silliest time. So we have Hungry Like the Wolf. Alternately, I have other works of my own I could read to you guys if you would like. Alternately, we could boot up the Haunts game and do some Haunt stuff if we wanted to. I could also play V Rising, or I have Monster Hunter Stories 3, which I don't believe anybody has played on stream yet. So we have some options. I'm probably going to put it to a vote for you guys to decide what you would most like to do. Wilf is saying, what does the phrase work-life balance mean to me? It means that, I balance on top of work and try to make sure that I don't stop having, living symptoms while I'm at it. Something like that. I don't know. I love... The problem is I love the work that I do, so it's really hard to just not do it.
Ed, I want to throw another chip in the hat and make someone else work very hard.
Oh?
I did say that, but Doctor Who has been working with his team on Blood on the Lens really, really hard, and they've been doing amazing development stuff. So if they want to chat about the process of developing and writing the stuff for Shoal, actually, and trying to bring Shoal in a completely different medium, that would also be awesome, because I want to listen to that. And this is completely your computer.
Doctor Who is driving, so that will not be an option this time. That's fine. That is fine. There will be future options. At some
Doctor
point,
Who, maybe I'm just letting you know that I want to hear you talk about it. Okay.
Yeah, no, we'll pick a date and time that works for Doc to maybe do that.
He can dodge a bullet. I'm okay with dodging bullets every once in a while.
So I think what we probably need to do then is let's do a poll and chat can decide what we're doing. And if it ends up being playing games or something, then what we'll do is we'll shut the stream briefly and then bring it back with the right topic and game and etc. And we'll just do whatever you guys want to do today. That will be fine. So what shall we do today? Read more Hungry Like the Wolf rewrite. Play Pods game. Play.
Oh, by the way, Eric wants to read a draft of. We can go over a draft of his short story.
We could also do that, yes. Okay.
I mean, I would read it if Eric would like me to.
Sure. Let's put that on as one of the options. Let's see what else needs to be on here. Read Lady Red. Own works. Read Archon. Erica's story. Cool, we have options there. I'll run this for 2 minutes and start poll. There we go. There we go. I'm a professional streamer. I know what I'm doing. Doctor Who
Eric,
says, time is probably going to be an hour into stream, but I would love to have a few character sheets done before talking about the process and the write-up. So I need to go bribe Mike with a few IPAs. That is absolutely fine. We'd love to have that conversation because, a lot of work has happened there, but you tell us what week works best for you when things are in the state where you most want to show them off. There's absolutely no time pressure.
Eric, if you want to send me the story in the meantime, I can give it a once a rule.
Yeah, I've been meaning to catch up on stuff like that because I know he shared various bits of it in my server, and I have just, oh my god, I've been so busy. I did manage to do something really nice last night. So that's okay, Eric. We just start with it and then do a poll again for what we wanted to do next. It's not a problem. It doesn't have to be long. I did finish last night the first book of the Hyperion duology. And it was really good. Little tiny bit twee at the end, but very, very much enjoyed that book. So yes.
What is that word?
Twee is something that you'll say for when something's sort of like airy fairy and a little bit fantastical and cute and sweet and saccharine. One of the words that you can use for it is twee.
I see. Okay. Okay, I learned something today.
You did.
This day has not been wasted. I have learned something new and terrifying.
I finished it and it was very, very good. And it's, the sort of first book that I've read because it's something good that I just wanted to read. Albeit that, it's Parallax's suggestion that I read it. And, I have very, very much enjoyed that book. It has been an absolute joy to read when I've had free time. I'm very much looking forward to reading the sequel or the sort of conclusory part. Twee is usually rather sarcastic and belittling, yes. It's not usually used as a positive connotation. Okay! Good news, bad news. Good news, we don't need to shut the stream down and restart it. Bad news, you guys want me to read more Hungry Like the Wolf. So I guess we're doing that. It wasn't even close. It was like, no, read more of this. Okay.
Yes. Look, people know what they want.
Yes, and I am happy to provide. So what we will do, chat, in just a moment, I will scroll down to where we got to, and we will do some more reading of this wonderful rewrite that we worked on. I will probably have to get up at some point in it to take the dogs out to pee and probably make myself some more tea because I'll probably need it. This is honestly the most blurst story I've ever heard. It's very cursed, so yes. What I'll probably do is the same as I did last week. I'll read a chapter at a time, then sort of stop and catch up with what you guys in chat have to say, and we will go from there. Is everybody here people who heard last week's reading, or do I need to do a brief recap of what has happened in this cursed story? Does anybody need a recap while I finish drinking my current cup of tea?
No. I want people to ask us what the hell.
I mean, that's gonna happen anyway.
I know, and yet.
Alright, well, we'll give it just a minute in case anybody says yes, they want a recap, and if not, we will then go for it. I left off with her having a mental breakdown after kissing the Khan. Yeah, that's basically where we got to. Let me bring the thing up in front of me.
You incorporated a ficus into this story.
I did! With 2 ficus. One's only mentioned the once, but the other one keeps turning up.
Nothing will ever be forgiven. This is just... The screaming will ensue.
Okay, so we had the balcony incident, which is where they first met. We then had the first scene with the first chapter with Crescent and Cross, Dovendra's organisation. Ward and Dovendra then argued about the harvest. We had the trial of Valentine's. We had the accidental not quite kiss on the bridge. We then had the battle pod scene. We had the Mex go missing. And everybody was very, very happy with Little Plowboy 3 and Shovel Goblin, and there'll be more of that nonsense as time goes on. And then we did Small Fires, we did read What Was Promised. Abduction by Stationery is where we should be picking up this week. That should be where we are picking up. All right, let's check for any last messages from chat, and then we will get to it. Link the PDF, at least, for the poor souls who are new to this. If you want the PDF, head on over to the Discord. I will drop that link now. And if you go into the creative writing section, the general Shenanigans chat, it is pinned in there. Let me see if I can grab a link. Actually, no, I'm not sure where we're at with Discord linking stuff. So head to the creative writing section, general Shenanigans. The PDF is linked in there. It does still have a few spelling mistakes and editing errors that hopefully will get ironed out for the final version when Lictor finishes our wonderful front cover that will be going in. But the whole story is there, and the only things that will change between now and the final version is just spelling and grammar. Okay.
While you are reading, I will
Yes.
just continue drawing.
That sounds
This
wonderful.
is,
That sounds great.
that sounds correct.
All right.
Oh,
It is time for Chapter 11.
dear God.
Abduction by Stationery. Uptown Apartments. If you do not have Uptown Girl stuck in your head, I have failed and I'm sorry. If you do, I am even more sorry. Like 2% sorry, the skimmed milk of apologetic. Unity City, North America, Terra, the Cargonate, 22nd of August 3151, 1800 hours. The first sign something was wrong was the silence. Davendra looked up from her noteputer and frowned. Unity City did not go silent. Not anymore. Not now that the restoration had gathered enough momentum to sound like a city trying very hard not to admit how relieved it was to still exist. Even from this high up, traffic usually murmured constantly along the arterial road below her apartment block. Freight carriers, ground cars, delivery vans, public transport. The occasional idiot on an overpowered civilian bike who seemed keen to make the afterlife his next address. Now, though, nothing. Then came the horns. Not traffic horns in motion. Not irritation flowing around a bottleneck. Sustained, furious, stationary horn blasting from people whose after-work commute had been forcibly ruined. Davendra got to her feet. Sebastian the Ficus, who stood by the window in his usual attitude of leafy detachment, offered no explanation. "You are useless," she told him. He remained a plant. Davendra crossed the room and pulled the curtains aside. The entire road below had been blocked by a clan convoy. Not a large one, exactly. That would have been almost easier to process. No, this was the sort of compact, hyper-efficient display of military absurdity only Clan Wolf could produce. 2 armoured ground vehicles sat across the lane at opposite angles, preventing any possible civilian traffic from continuing past. A third idled at the curb below her building entrance. Several warriors stood around it with the severe expression of people who believed all this to be very normal. And at the centre of it, in full armour and with the posture of a siege engine considering its options, stood an elemental, armoured and armed. Davendra stared. The elemental stared up at the building. Then, with agonising slowness, the armoured giant looked down at a datapad in one hand, up at the rows of windows, and back at the building entrance intercom panel. One of the warriors said something. The elemental shook its head. The datapad was consulted again. Then the elemental stepped towards the wall of the building and actually put one gauntleted hand against the brick as if assessing climbability. Davendra threw the window open. "What are you doing?" The elemental looked up at once. The entire street, it felt like, also looked up at once. Residents had begun appearing in neighbouring windows in various states of undress, outrage and excitement. Someone across the way was already filming. A child on the 4th floor had pressed both hands to the glass in the pure delight of witnessing someone else's public humiliation. The elemental raised his voice. "Dr. Davendra Elstone!" "Yes!" "I have a sealed delivery from the First Lord." "Then use the intercom like a person." The elemental paused. He looked down at the intercom panel, which had already been reduced to several cracked buttons and one dead speaker by earlier attempts at using it like a person. "That option has degraded," he said. Davendra closed her eyes. Of course it had. I'm coming down, she snapped. Do not scale my building. I had not yet committed to that course of action. You were considering it. The elemental did not deny this. Devendra shut the window, turned, and marched for the door with all the dignity available to a woman who had just shouted at an armoured super soldier in front of half her neighbourhood. Sebastian watched her go without judgment. That, she thought bitterly, was because he was a ficus. By the time she reached the lobby, the building superintendent was already standing near the entrance, looking as though this was going to require forms. The door opened. The elemental had not come inside. This was sensible. He would not have fit. Instead, he stood just beyond the threshold in all his ceremonial vastness, holding a polished black case across both forearms with the solemnity of a priest carrying holy relics, or an executioner carrying a particularly important head. Devendra stopped in front of him. The convoy idled behind. The street remained blocked. Several people were watching. Someone somewhere coughed pointedly in a way that suggested they had not planned for this level of inconvenience before dinner. The elemental inclined his head just enough to count. Dr. Devendra Elstone. She folded her arms. Yes, still. By order of the First Lord, I am to deliver this sealed invitation into your custody directly. He extended the case. Devendra took it. It was heavier than she expected. Of course it was. Everything connected to Alaric Ward seemed to arrive carrying at least 20 unnecessary kilograms of symbolism and inconvenience. Thank you, she said, because she had manners and hated herself for remembering them. The elemental nodded. My duty is fulfilled. He turned with startling smoothness for something so large, barked one clipped order to the convoy, and the blockade began to dissolve with mechanical precision. Traffic resumed its offended crawl. Horns died off. Windows closed one by one as the spectacle ended and ordinary life, disappointed by the brevity of it all, returned to its routine. Devendra stood in the lobby holding the absurdly formal case while the superintendent looked between her and the departing convoy with profound curiosity. Friend of yours? He asked. No, Devendra said at once. That is to say... She hesitated. No. He took that in with the expression of a man who had no intention of believing it, but every intention of enjoying himself. Devendra carried the case back upstairs like it might explode, which, given the people involved, did not feel wholly impossible. Once inside her apartment, she set it on the dining table and stared at it. Sebastian, from his corner, offered the same level of emotional support he always did. Don't start, she told him. He remained diplomatically neutral. Devendra opened the case. Inside, on dark padded lining that made the whole thing look distressingly like jewellery presentation for the militarily deranged, sat a single folded card. She unfolded it. There were no flourishes, no poetic invitation, no overworked ceremonial script. Just one line in a hand that was sharp, controlled, and unmistakably his. Final preparations must be made. Attend Founding Day. A. Devendra stared at the note. Then at the empty case. Then back at the note. That, she said aloud, is not an invitation. That is compelled abduction via stationery. Sebastian said nothing. She read it again. Final preparations must be made. Attend Founding Day. A. There was not even an attempt at social language. No, please. No, I would be honoured. No, your presence would be appreciated. Nothing that suggested he had ever been made to write anything polite in his life. And yet, he had sent an elemental to her home. Personally. In a convoy. Blocking an entire road. To deliver a physical note because apparently the ruler of the Star League had decided email was for cowards. Devendra sat down. Read it a third time. Then set it flat on the table and folded both hands around her glass of absolutely not strength liquor. This was not personal. Objectively, professionally, structurally, strategically, it was not personal. It was diplomacy, coordination, optics. A Founding Day mattered. She knew that. He knew that. Their previous conversations had made it very clear that if Terrans appeared alongside the clans at these events, the image would help stabilise the narrative of restoration and cooperation. Someone sensible would need to be there. Someone who understood both the bureaucratic nightmare of Terran dignitaries and the more specific nightmare of Alaric Ward's patients. That someone happened, unfortunately, to be her. This was not about attraction. This was not about hand-holding in a car in the dark. This was not about the fact she could still, with humiliating clarity, remember the exact weight of his fingers interlaced with hers, or how deliberate the second kiss had been. It was definitely not about his shoulders, or his jaw, or his absurdly controlled voice when he was being infuriating on purpose. Devendra got up, paced once to the kitchen, then back, then to the window, then back again. "This is political," she informed Sebastian. Sebastian, who had done very little politics to date and was not qualified, declined to comment. She picked up the note and carried it to her desk, opened a reply draft, closed it, opened it again. "First Lord, no. First Lord, while I appreciate the strategic necessity, worse. Alaric, absolutely not." She deleted that one with such force the stylus nearly slipped from her fingers. "See," she muttered to Sebastian, "this is why physical correspondence is barbaric. One starts thinking in terrible drafts." Sebastian practised indifference. Devendra tried again. "I will attend in a strictly professional capacity." She stopped, stared at the sentence, then slowly covered her face with one hand. Oh, that is somehow worse. Because now it sounded as if there were other capacities under consideration than professionalism. Which there were not. Absolutely not. Probably. She closed the draft entirely and stood up again. There was no way to write this down without making it sound wrong. Too warm, and she would hate herself. Too cold, and he would read it as a challenge. Too formal, and it would sound like she was corresponding with a tribunal. Too direct, and... No, this required voice. Which was unfortunate because voice meant immediacy, and immediacy meant she would not have time to hide behind syntax. Devendra crossed to the comm unit and keyed in the direct public line for Wolf Base. The first response was immediate. "Clan Wolf Base operations?" "Yes, hello, this is Dr. Devendra Elstone. I need to speak with..." "Please hold." The line clicked. Then came music. Devendra froze. It was not terrible music, which somehow made it more offensive. Smooth instrumental strings over a drum rhythm so inoffensively polished it felt algorithmically designed to reassure people who were calling military installations into a sense of mind-numbed indifference. She stared at the comm speaker. "You cannot be serious." Sebastian, several metres away, deigned to be appalled alongside her, albeit silently. The hold music looped. Then, because the universe had decided she was not suffering enough, a calm recorded voice came on. "Your call is important to Clan Wolf. All of our current honourable operatives are busy, but we will be with you soon. Please remain on the line." Devendra looked up at the ceiling. "I will kill him." The music resumed. At last, mercifully, the line clicked again. A different voice now, human, tired. "First Lord's Command Office." "This is Dr. Devendra Elstone. I have just received a case the size of a casket and would like to know why I had to be threatened with a vertical military insertion to read a sentence and a half." A pause. Then, professionally, "One moment, Doctor." No music this time. Thank God. Another click. Ward's voice arrived on the line with such immediate, irritating composure that Devendra sat down at once for fear of pacing straight through a wall. "Miss Elstone." "First Lord." "Have you made a decision?" No greeting, no preamble. Of course not. Devendra took a breath. This was still professional. This was still strategic. This was still absolutely, definitively, in no way about the fact that the last time she had heard his voice, low and close to her ear, had been in a dark car with cider on his breath and his hand around hers. "Yes," she said. A small pause. And she closed her eyes. I will come. Silence. Then, good. And there it was. Not a laugh, not quite, but something in the shape of the word that made it very clear he was pleased and knew perfectly well how much that realisation would annoy her. She pressed on before he could make it worse. I am doing so because someone has to be sensible and capable of speaking to both sides. Of course. And because your people do not understand Terran bureaucrats. That is also true. And because, if this event goes badly, the public relations damage will ripple into active restoration work. Yes. And because, she said, hearing the pace of her own voice sharpen, you are impossible and apparently require management in formal settings. A beat. I look forward, Ward said Ward very smoothly indeed, to seeing how you dress for the function. Davendra sat bolt upright. That is an outrageous thing to say. Is it? Yes. I suggest, he continued as though she had not spoken, that you do not wear heels. There was a split second of perfect, appalled silence. Then Davendra swore at him with impressive clarity and disconnected the line. The apartment went still around her. She stared at the comm unit, then at Sebastian, then at the invitation still lying on the desk like evidence. He is intolerable, she informed the ficus. Sebastian made no effort to defend the First Lord of the Star League. Davendra stood, walked to the bedroom, and stopped halfway there. Then turned around very slowly and looked at her wardrobe. The wardrobe looked back in the smug, innocent way of storage solutions that did not know they were about to become battlegrounds. No, she said. Then, after a beat, this is still political. She opened one door, then the other, stared at the options inside. Professional, formal, diplomatic. Not too warm, not too cold, not too flattering. Not as if she had considered his remark. Not as if she had not considered his remark. Something practical, something impressive, something that did not accidentally imply surrender, challenge, seduction, weakness, or poor tailoring. Davendra pulled out one dress, looked at it, put it back, pulled out another. No, a third. Absolutely not. She turned to Sebastian. This is your fault somehow. Sebastian, perhaps wisely, did not engage. Davendra held up a dark formal coat against herself in the mirror and frowned. This is not about him. The reflection did not look convinced. It is about diplomacy. Still unconvinced. It is about optics. No improvement. It is, she said firmly, about me being the only sensible person in this entire arrangement. At that, perhaps, the room gave up arguing. Davendra laid 3 possible outfits across the bed and stared at them with the same expression she usually reserved for rail maps, food quotas, and politicians requesting special treatment. This was absurd. Completely, utterly. And yet, when she finally turned out the lights hours later, one thought remained with impossible stubbornness. She was going. And this time, no matter how much she dressed it up as strategy, she knew perfectly well that that wasn't the only reason. And that is the end of chapter 11. How are we doing, chat?
Is she going in high heels?
You'll have to wait and see.
Oh dear God.
All
and
right.
also, yes, it is absolutely the ficus's fault.
Alrighty, let me catch up with what chat has had to say. I honestly love how much the story is just taking the piss out of things. I mean, yes, it's a romance comedy, and we did borrow some Chuck Tingle style for it, so just sort of pointing the finger at ridiculousness is part of the charm. He's parked his mech in the street, hasn't he? I mean, slightly less egregious than that, but no more sensible. The idea of elemental postal service officers, yes. when I was writing through this and trying to improve it, so this whole scene is injected. This was not in the original. In the original book, when Ward decides that Davendra should come to Founding Day, he goes to her house by himself with no escort, no security detail, nothing, and asks her in person, and they just bang at that point. And it's not earned, and it just feels terrible. And I was like, no, we're not doing that. They haven't earned the boinking yet, and we can make this much funnier. What would be the most ridiculous way for her to be invited to Founding Day? And the answer, obviously, was Elemental Postman.
You're not wrong.
Why is he in his armor? Because it's ridiculous. The only reason the Elemental turned up in armor is because it was ridiculous.
And because it's Clanners, and it's the First Lord. Everybody were I can tell you from here, without reading anymore, exactly the sort of office shenaniganery and chicanery that were the reason. Someone said that the First Lord had to send a message, and somebody heard that the First Lord had to send a message. And it went downhill from there.
Yeah, that sounds correct. Will says a Monstera would totally have judged it. Yes, and originally Sebastian was going to be a Monstera. Then he became a Ficus. Sebastian's the best character. Sebastian deserves a medal.
This is a travesty, and I deserve therapy for it.
Verathragna says, I'm sorry, does the E in email not stand for elemental?
The First Lord demands a message to be delivered, and it has to be.
So we have had a first-time chat during all of this from, I apologise if I pronounce this wrong, psychiatric. I'm going to guess that that's how it's supposed to be pronounced. We probably need some psychiatric help in here. Yes, definitely politics, only politics. Welcome to WBPL 76. It's very sane around here.
Welcome. Yes, we are the sane people. I've checked.
Why was he in his armour? Yeah, purely because it was sillier if he was in his armour. And the rule of Tingle says make it as absurd as possible.
If possible, absurd more. Thank you. Goodbye.
Now Davendra is experiencing software. Yes, she is. Yes, I have a caveman voice for Ward. I don't do voices. Honestly, the fact that I even started streaming, let alone read things to you guys, is a small miracle, because I hate my voice. I absolutely despise my voice. I will never listen to any of my own streams back. But you guys seem to do okay with it and just put up with my nonsense, and I appreciate you for that.
We're having fun.
The Khan with the mic drop. Yeah, I did try to give Alaric some actually enjoyable lines in this, because he's so insufferable in the original. Davendra's even more insufferable, but we did try to give some people some good lines in this. The Ficus must be distantly related to Boulder. Possibly. Very possible. Aiden is listening in from the gym. You've made some decisions, love. She should have got a Monstera. I mean, Lictor agrees with you.
Yep. I mean, look. I'm not actually judging Lady Nad's decisions. I'm just judging the existence of ficuses.
In general, yes. Bully Snake says, I sense this was an alcohol-influenced cackling part of the story. I don't remember. I know for sure that when I came up with Little Plowboy 3 and Shovel Goblin, I had quite a lot of alcohol that night. So, I mean, alcohol was involved in the creation of this rewrite. Norm Cavalier says, I assume power armor is official postal uniform in the future. They have weird dogs on some of those planets. Yes, absolutely.
Have you seen some of the exoplanets? Yes.
If I don't remember that alcohol is even more likely. I mean, this book, we did this rewrite in a month. And that included the analysis, the author analysis breakdowns, the planning, and then all of the actual writing, and then also the editing, although, you know, there is still some editing that needs to be done before the final version comes out. But it's all spelling and grammar, as I said. We did all of that in a month. Now, NaNoWriMo is a whole thing with, you know, National Novel Writing Month, where you write 50,000 words, but 50,000 words is not a full novel. It's getting you well on your way to being complete with a novel. I guess some novels can be that short. And generally, if you're doing NaNoWriMo sensibly, like a sane person, you spend October doing all of your planning and analysis and bullet pointing and getting everything ready so that all you're doing in November is the writing, and then you spend December editing. I did all of it in 1 month for 75,000 words, roughly. And by the time I had done all of that and read to you guys last week, it is safe to say that my brain dribbled out of my ears, and my sort of medium-term memory just decided it was done. It did not need to be logged for the archives forever, and I forgot many things. So it could have been alcohol, it could have been I remembered at the time, it could have been anything. It could have been anything.
Could have been the wind.
Now we need Lady Red playing RimWorld. Oh God, no. Oh God, no. There are many things that I could turn into books, and oh God, I've got too much going on. I don't have time. Alrighty, so we have done chapter 11. Would you like to read chapter 12?
Have you noticed what's going on with the chat? Have you been paying? I understand debuffs to perception after your brain dribbling out. I understand, it's okay. But
Chapter
here,
12,
as your co-host.
Chapter 12 has the Stealth Atlas. Not just any Stealth Atlas, it's a Stealth Atlas 2. So I hope you're ready, chat. And continue reading, please. Go for it, yes. You people are far too excited about this really atrocious thing we made. Yes, it's an Atlas 2.
I know.
All right.
I have to put it on the cover.
yes, you do. So when I read this to my sort of proofreading group and then my book club, etc., and Aiden was doing editing, some people were very pleased with the way that I described the Atlas, and you know, it'd be interesting to see if you guys feel the same. So we will read chapter 12. Chapter 12, Champagne Camouflage. Clan Wolf Base Parade Ground, outside Unity City, North America, Terra, the Cargonate, 24th of August, 3151, 1600 hours. I have run out of clever snark for now. I am tired. This book is about 37,000 words in length right now, and gods, please send thoughts and prayers. And alcohol. The first thing Davendra noticed was the road. Not the gates, not the guns, not the banners. The road. It had been cleared, repaved, edged, swept, and marked with such recent care that it practically announced itself as a thesis statement. Clan Wolf Base had not merely opened its doors to Terran dignitaries for the first time. It had prepared a path for them, and that path said, in clean lines and fresh paint and brutally efficient landscaping, "You are meant to see this." The convoy rolled through the main gate beneath the banners of the Reborn Star League and Clan Wolf's own austere insignia. Security was absolute without being theatrical. Armoured checkpoints had been dressed just enough to look ceremonial rather than desperate. Anti-air emplacements sat where they could not be seen unless one looked for them. Where they could be seen if one looked for them. Elementals stood at intervals like black armoured punctuation marks in the sentence Clan Wolf was writing across the base this afternoon. The sentence, Davendra thought, was some variation of, "Terra is stable. The Ill Clan is in control. Please ignore the amount of artillery required to sustain this impression." Her groundcast slowed at the final checkpoint. A wolf officer leaned in, checked credentials, and stepped back with a salute crisp enough to shave bark off trees. The gate opened. Inside, the base was transformed. Not softened, not prettied up, not made friendly. Transformed. The parade ground had been dressed for state ritual rather than comfort. Marquee tents stood beyond the viewing stands in orderly rows, pale fabric rising against the late summer sky with all the severe grace of field pavilions for a war fought by people who could afford silver platters. One of the tents did, absurdly, contain a champagne fountain. Davendra had glimpsed it during the drive-in and briefly wondered if the First Lord of the Star League had been defeated not by insurgency or rival clans, but by a committee. The mechs, however, were the true decoration. Restored Clan Wolf machines stood in ranked lines beyond the main avenue of the parade ground, polished but not overdone, armour patched where war had scarred them, and left that patching visible rather than hidden. The message was not luxury, it was endurance. Some of them still bore repairs that any engineer would clock at a glance. Others looked newly returned to life. Front and centre, where of course it had been placed, stood the Savage Wolf. Davendra looked at it, then looked away at once. Absolutely not. The viewing stands were filling with Terran dignitaries from Unity City, from nearby districts and from farther afield across Terra. Agricultural heads, regional commissioners, industrial delegates, a mayoral delegation, several old money faces who had learned to wear political caution the way other people wore jewellery. There were also a few house dignitaries from off-world, handled by their own shepherding team of aides and assistants. All of them had been carefully screened, carefully approved, and carefully aware that they were here because the current administration had decided their presence mattered, which meant their survival mattered too. Her own escort met her at the foot of the stand stairs, but before the officer could say a word, another voice did. Dr. Elstone. Ward. He stood a few steps away in full formal uniform, every line of him composed, dark, sharp, and infuriatingly unrumpled by the day. Chance Vickers stood just behind and to one side, datapad in hand, expression flat enough to suggest she had already prevented at least 3 catastrophes before lunch and resented the possibility of a 4th. Davendra inclined her head. First Lord. Ward's gaze moved very briefly over her dress. It was dark, elegantly cut, practical enough to move in, and paired with shoes she could have stood in through a coup. He noticed all of this. Careful choice, he said. Davendra folded her hands lightly in front of her. You advised against heels. I advise many things. Few are heard. There was, she thought, the faintest suggestion of wear at the edges of him. Not weakness, not disorder, just fatigue honed into harder lines. You look tired, she said before she quite meant to. Ward glanced towards the parade field. There was a false alarm before dawn. Vickers supplied the rest. Perimeter Security Cluster 32 registered a mass signature consistent with concealed heavy metal and a heat profile that suggested active movement. Davendra frowned. And? A stack of irrigation piping, said Vickers, under a thermal tarp, misfiled by a quartermaster with suicidal tendencies. Ward's expression did not alter. The quartermaster remains alive, he said, which I am told is proof of moderation in my dotage, or your bad influence. That must have been difficult, Davendra said dryly. He gave her a look that suggested he had, in fact, discovered humour in the short time she had known him. Today, he said, I am trying a new strategy. And what is that? Patience. Vickers, without looking up from her datapad... Anka takes offence to that. Anka! There has been a boogling. Possibly because there are people outside. Anka, do you mind? I must do a reading, my girl. Thank you.
At least she does mind.
Clearly.
I mean, do you have any other explanation on hand? There's a boogling in hand.
Stop reading this nonsense, Mother.
Yes,
Alrighty.
Mother.
Vickers, without looking up from her datapad, murmured, inspiring. Then she turned slightly, studied a readout, and added, You are due in 6 minutes, Ilkhan. Ward inclined his head to Davendra. Observe carefully. Is that an invitation or a warning? Yes. He moved off towards the main avenue. Davendra hated, with all the purity available to a woman in the act of political denial, how smoothly he did that. She was shown to her place in the reviewing stand among the Terran guests and seated with exactly the amount of prominence necessary to be noticed without quite becoming the story, which she suspected was Vickers' work. The Sarkhan had terrifying instincts for optics. From her seat, Davendra had an excellent view of the parade field, the tents, the crowd control lines, the mech ranks, and, unfortunately, the display piece standing near one far corner of the base perimeter. It was an atlas too. There was no mistaking it. Even a half-informed observer would have known that hulking silhouette. Broad shoulders, thick torso, arms built like industrial insults, and a head like something designed by a child told to imagine violence wearing a helmet. Someone had attempted to make it decorative. This had been achieved by placing netting around the base of it and arranging several large ornamental trees in movable planters in front of one leg. Flags had been draped from nearby poles in a way that suggested whoever had approved the arrangement had hoped the mind would simply stop asking questions. It held an uprooted tree in one massive hand, obscuring its face in such a way it appeared to be scenting it like a flower. Davendra stared at it. It did not improve with scrutiny, though no one else seemed to have noted it. She leaned slightly towards the district commissioner seated beside her. "Is that supposed to be there?" He peered past her, frowned, and then made the universally tragic face of a man deciding that if something looked military enough, perhaps the safest course was to assume it was intentional. "I imagine," he said carefully, "that is part of the display." Davendra looked back at the atlas. It looked like a murder cathedral that had learned to stand. Part of the display, indeed. The parade began with music and discipline. Clan Wolf did not do exuberance. It did precision. Standards were carried. Formation elements crossed the avenue in exact intervals. Ward delivered his founding day speech from the central dais in the voice of a man accustomed to being obeyed and fully prepared to make rhetoric carry the burden until steel had to take over.
Googling.
The two of them, Pip and his daughter, are currently stood on the back of the couch, like little perching gargoyles, staring out the window and yelling at the existence of rabbits. I will need a moment to go and settle them. I will be right back.
There is indeed a boogling in progress. Our notes will be with you shortly. Please avail yourself to the refreshments provided by Clan Wolf in exile.
Okay. Hopefully we are now good. Alright, where was I? He spoke of legacy, not as nostalgia, but as obligation. Of the founding worlds as proof that structure could arise from ruin. Of Terra's future, not as charity, but as strategic necessity. A shared purpose, inevitable restoration. It was all very clean, very deliberate. Very impossible to easily oppose in public unless one had brought one's own state and had a military to back it up. When he was done, and marched with escort for his mech, the holoscreen shifted to show the statue of Kerensky at Star League HQ, Clan Wolf's Lawmaster and a select delegation arranged in front of it to read passages from Clan Wolf's remembrance. Davendra, though she tried not to, found herself watching Alaric more than the broader event. He had become good at this. That was irritating. The mechs began moving after the reading. Not all at once. In disciplined sequence, rolling and stepping through the parade lane in a display that was as much technical demonstration as military ceremony. Restored machines, recovered machines. Machines patched enough to stand straight and gleam under a sun that had no business being this flattering to weapons of war. The crowd watched. The cameras drank it in. So did the world. Then the perimeter alarm sounded. It was not shrill, not panicked, not the sort of alarm meant to frighten civilians. It was worse. Flat, controlled, a tone designed to trigger military response without emotional waste. Ward, or at least his mech, did not flinch. Of course he did not. The camera feed on the giant parade screens cut instantly to a head-on view of the Savage Wolf. "My honoured guests," Ward said via speaker, as if he'd been expecting the interruption all day. "There will be a brief adjustment in proceedings. Please follow the event staff to the lower reception halls for pre-celebration drinks, while Clan Wolf addresses a minor security matter." Minor. Devendra almost admired the cruelty of the word. Stewards appeared in practiced waves. Staff emerged from behind the reviewing stands and along the tent rows, cheerful, calm, and clearly trained within an inch of their lives to herd politicians and local dignitaries towards reinforced shelter without ever once using the word bunker. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. And because Darvendra had spent the last month in close proximity to Alaric Ward and therefore had lost all instinct for sane self-preservation, she slipped away. Not far, not into the open, but far enough. A side service corridor, 2 wrong turns, 1 security door not properly latched in the rush, and she found herself in a command room overlooking part of the parade field through reinforced glass, while half a dozen officers and aides spoke into open channels with frightening speed. No one noticed her at first. But she noticed the unmistakable shape of Ward, stalking his machine to the head of his forces. Good. No doubt this would be as minor as he said. The thought lasted exactly long enough for the Atlas II to move. Not shuffle, not twitch. Move. The display piece stepped forwards out of its decorative planters, dragging branches, netting, and one unfortunate ceremonial banner with it, like a stage actor emerging from scenery because someone had become impatient with subtlety. For one glorious, impossible heartbeat, the command room simply stared. Then 3 people swore at once. "There," said one operations officer, vindicated and sickened in the same breath. "That's the signature! How the fuck did it get in here? How did no one notice?" The absurdity of it was almost art. The Atlas II had been hidden in plain sight because everyone had assumed no one would be stupid enough to hide an Atlas II in plain sight. Devendra, pressed against the side of the room and trying very hard not to be visible, watched the thing stride forwards as 2 full stars of Hell's Horses machines broke from the perimeter line almost simultaneously. One from the farm maintenance side, and one from a screened vehicle lot beyond the eastern wall. Not insurgents. Not local militia. Proper clan hardware, left behind, concealed, and now committed through the weak points in Clan Wolf's recovering perimeter. They did not broadcast as they came on, but their livery was unmistakable, to the point even Darvendra knew who they were from her time with Culture of the Clans, which she had read aloud to Sebastian. Clan Hell's Horses, and they were not here to negotiate. As Clan Wolf engaged, Darvendra watched names attach themselves to the spread of enemy mechs. Firemoth, Locust 2C, Hellion, Shadowcat. The latter she saw shift on screen, rising vertically with the distinct shape of a Gauss cannon in its silhouette. Before the staid artillery she had noticed on the drive-in barked, loud enough to drown out all voices for a moment, and the stylized marker turned a lurid red. Wolf Base would not let its walls be jumped so easily. At the edge of the screen, outside the base perimeter, she barely registered the word Griffin before the room trembled softly as anti-missile defences around the base perforated the air in the world's worst fireworks display. That was missing an S. Clan Wolf mechs were already charging towards it, under the falling smell of cordite and char. Others were engaging what was inside the base already. Ward had his attention on the Atlas II. The parade had never really been a parade. The machines had been staged in ranks, ready to break formation into combat lanes the instant the alarm sounded. What had looked ceremonial from the stands now revealed itself as pre-arranged deployment geometry. The guests had been given a speech. Clan Wolf had been given a firing solution. Ward had expected this, or something like it. For a moment, she was as impressed as she was terrified. This was the side of conflict she never wanted to see. The Savage Wolf moved first and hardest, not in a straight line towards the Atlas, but in a vector that split the field and denied the horses the wider breach they clearly wanted. Vickers, in her own Blood Reaper, cut the second star's angle before it fully formed. Orders went out in clipped, unhurried bursts. No wasted language, no theatrical shouting. Darvendra had never seen battle mechs in combat before. Not really. She had seen what came after them. Smouldering ground, flattened buildings, scorched earth, burned carriers, bodies, grief, paperwork, silence. This was something else entirely. The sound reached the command room through armour and glass as a deep physical violence rather than a simple noise. Footfalls shook the floor under her shoes. Laser glow washed the outer windows with sheets of white-blue heat so bright the room flashed momentarily strange and shadowless. Every moving machine outside carried weight in a way no recording had ever been able to convey. And Ward remained calm. Not detached, not cold in the useless sense, focused. His voice utterly calm. The Hell's Horses came in fanatical and hard, exactly as the books and the histories and every cautionary note on clan culture had suggested they might. They had not come to retreat. Horses believed in force, in momentum, improving motion through violence if need be. A remnant force left on Terra for this exact day would see a doomed charge not as waste, but as declaration. They promoted allegiance and intent with steel. Ward answered with annihilation. Not wasteful annihilation, not berserk fury. Darvendra had expected, perhaps, some savage emotional answer to an attack staged for public humiliation. Instead, what she saw was a tactician. He isolated the Atlas II from one side of support, pinned the second star into bad spacing, used the parade ground's own prepared lines as obstacles and funnels, and turned the entire field into a geometry of denied options. One horse machine broke under concentrated fire before it had properly cleared its own lane. Another tried to swing wide around the administration block and found Vickers there already, cutting the angle with the sort of anticipatory malice that made Darvendra briefly thankful she had never had to ask the woman for personal favours. Her Blood Reaper was far weightier than the Wolfen she had observed the Sarkhan pilot temporarily a week ago. Somehow, it suited the Rye woman far more, too, and sent shivers down Darvendra's spine. Together, Clan Wolf's warriors narrowed the Hell's Horses' attack into a single sector, away from the bunkers and tents and safety the observers had fled to. The Atlas II took hit after hit and kept moving, because of course it did. It was built like a cathedral of armour and hate. But Ward never fought as if it were a duel. That was the revelation. This was not honour theatre. This was not proud warriors meeting destiny in symmetrical exchange. It was command. He stripped support from it, broke its rhythm, forced its escort to choose between reinforcing the Atlas and surviving the rest of the line. They chose wrong, because all choices had already been narrowed for them. Hell's Horses did not surrender, would not surrender. Darvendra knew that now in her bones. Mercy here would only have widened the damage. Every second of restraint would have cost structures, personnel, or both. This was the circumstance in which overwhelming destruction truly was the minimal answer. And so Ward used it. By the time the Atlas II finally went down, not explosively, but heavily, one leg collapsed and then the rest of it following in a terrible metal kneel, Darvendra's hands were shaking. Not from fear alone, from understanding. The command room burst into clipped confirmations. Target down, second star broken, remaining hostile signatures collapsing under pursuit. Perimeter secure, then not quite secure, then secure enough, which was perhaps the most honest military phrase in the universe. Only then did someone finally notice her. An aide turned, saw a civilian woman in formal evening dress standing in a restricted command room during an active clan battle, and blanched so hard Darvendra wondered if he might simply evaporate. Who? 2 guards moved at once. Darvendra did not run. That would have been undignified and, more importantly, useless. She was informed she was under arrest, with all the rigid horror of men who suspected they had accidentally detained either a spy or a very important idiot. Either was troublesome. By the time Ward Savage Wolf returned to the near line and he dismounted, the command room had settled back into that post-battle state of rapid professionalism where everyone pretended their adrenaline had all been entirely administrative. Ward entered in partial field gear, streaked with sweat and soot, and none the less dangerous looking for either. He took in the room in one sweep and found her immediately. He folded his arms. Davendra, despite herself, had the vivid and deeply unhelpful thought that if she ever truly crossed him, this would be the face she saw last. Vickers entered a moment later, and unlike the security detail, did not seem especially surprised to find Davendra exactly where she should not have been. The guards began to explain. Vickers lifted one hand. "That will do." One of them hesitated. "Sarkhan, she is an advisor on the missing civilian units," Vickers said. "She was here to observe." The guard looked at Ward. Ward said nothing. The guard immediately chose life and stepped back. Davendra drew one careful breath. Vickers looked at her, expression unreadable. "Dr. Elstone," she said, "what was your assessment?" It was a test. Of course it was. A test and a lifeline. Davendra could feel her own pulse in her throat. She could also feel the edge of something like choice. She had slipped the handlers and forced herself into the room. Ward had not rescued her from that decision. Neither, clearly, was Vickers. Good. She straightened. "This," she said, "was entirely clan business." No one interrupted. "Their allegiance and intent were made clear," she continued. "Unlike our insurgency problem, there was no ambiguity in who they meant to be, what they meant to say, or who they meant to challenge. None of the missing civilian units were used in this attack. The ideology was obvious." Her eyes moved to Ward. "Clan's Hell's Horses believes it can challenge the legitimacy of the Ill Clan with action, not just words." She paused. "And Clan Wolf," she said, "has proven them wrong. The Star League has proved them wrong." The room was very quiet. One of the aides looked as though he wished to write that down and frame it. Ward held her gaze for a fraction longer than comfort required. He was, she realised with a flare of ridiculous relief, impressed. Good. She had nearly been arrested for it. Someone ought to be. "Release her," he said at last. The guards, who had already released her in spirit, did so in posture as well. Ward turned. "Prepare the public return." And that was that. No fuss, no moral lecture, no rescue, no indulgence. Just the next move. He changed in terrifying time and re-emerged in formal uniform, as if he had not just dismantled 2 stars and an Atlas II in full view of heaven. Davendra accompanied him back to the bunker reception route because apparently she had now made herself useful enough that no one wanted to misplace her. The dignitaries knew almost nothing. That, perhaps, was the most surreal part. Inside the lower reception halls, politicians and agricultural delegates and provincial nobles had continued drinking, eating and making small talk under reinforced concrete while a clan war had briefly unfolded overhead. The language used by staff had been immaculate. A perimeter concern, a necessary adjustment, a short delay before resumption of festivities. By the time the all-clear came, the worst of the wreckage had already been dragged or towed out of visible lines. Damaged mechs had been shifted towards hangars. Smoke had thinned. The marquee tent still glittered. The champagne fountain still functioned with all the oblivious confidence of doomed luxury. Ward re-entered the reception as if nothing at all had happened, and changed modes instantly. He greeted. He nodded. He listened to a commissioner speak about water rates. He accepted congratulations from a mayor who had no idea how close she had come to becoming collateral in a clan power struggle. He moved among Terrans and wolves alike with the easy control of a man who knew that what had just happened mattered profoundly, and that allowing anyone else to see that too would be a second kind of defeat. Photographs were taken. Terrans mingled with Clan Wolf beneath tent lights and disciplined banners. The agricultural tour had done its work. Founding Day, despite everything, had done its work too. But it had not gone smoothly. Davendra slipped away as evening deepened. Outside the lights of the tents, the base gave way quickly to night. Above, the stars were clear in a way Unity City never allowed. For the first time all day, there was no speech to hear, no camera to angle around, no one demanding optimism from her on schedule. She stood looking up at the dark and thought, not for the first time, that the universe beyond Terra was too large and too full of enemies for one planet ever to feel truly small and safe again. Ward found her there. He stopped beside her without touching her. Not even by accident. That, more than touch might have, made her very aware of him. "You look troubled," he said. Devendra let out a soft breath. "I've spent my whole life on one world," she said. "One very difficult world, yes, but one I understood." She looked up at the stars. "And now I know more than ever before that there are forces beyond it, forces that would be happy to use it, break it, or tear through it, all to get at you, and damn who gets hurt in the process." Ward said nothing. She laughed once without humour. "That's the problem, isn't it?" "What is?" "That you may be all that stands between them and everything I love. Because if not you, the same will be true for who comes next. And next. And next again." The silence after that was not empty. It was too full. Ward did not move, did not reach for her, did not place a hand over hers, though she felt with awful certainty that he wanted to. His restraint was nearly worse. "I will protect Terra," he said. "I will be careful with her. That is what we promised together." His voice was low enough that the word "together" seemed to step carefully around them rather than strike outright. "We have succeeded today," he continued, "which will put our enemies on the back foot. For the other clans and my enemies in the inner sphere, that means time enough to make longer plans against me. For those on this planet who oppose the current order, it means they are running out of options." He turned his head slightly towards her. "We should be careful." He paused meaningfully. "You should be careful. The media knows you are close to my administration." Devendra let out a breath through her nose. "I'm in bed with the enemy," she murmured, thinking of Kinlu. Ward's mouth shifted, not quite into a smile. "Not yet, Dr. Elstone," he said. He let the words rest exactly long enough. "But perhaps there will come a time." Then he walked away. He simply turned and left her there under the stars with the night cool around her and her face burning so hot she was amazed Wolfbase had not thrown a perimeter alert for it. Devendra stared after him, then up at the stars. Then, because there was no dignity left to save and no one there to witness the precise extent of her undoing, she covered her face with both hands and made a noise that would have mortified her in daylight. This, she thought, was becoming unmanageable. And somewhere behind her, from the tents and the lights and the resumed hum of political survival, Founding Day carried on exactly as intended. And that is the end of chapter 12. How are we doing?
Excellent. I'm trying to figure out the color of the stealth atlas. Which Kashyyyk or galaxy is it? Because I've figured out the savage wolves, the dire wolves color scheme.
Excellent.
While you were reading that. Now I need to put trees on it.
Yes, there are in fact trees involved. Fountain drink reference spotted.
Trees, and I need to put, you know what I need to put in the background in lieu of Kerensky's statue?
What's that?
Do you remember the bobblehead Kerensky?
Yes.
I made for Aiden?
Yes.
I should put that in the background.
You should. You absolutely should.
Grandpa Kerensky is proud of you. Bobblehead.
Oh, chat saying hi to the beagles.
Yes. Here, I'm going to redeem something.
Silicon Soul liked Murder Cathedral. I'm glad about that. I am hiding behind this tree and my eyes are obscured. You cannot see me. Basically that, yes.
Indeed.
Rabbits. Yeah,
I
there
have
are
redeemed
rabbits
the
outside.
pet.
Excellent. I will pet the pip. He is on. I have a pip on my hip.
Yes.
The Atlas is awesome. They've declared blood feud with the rabbits, it seems. Yes, they absolutely have a blood feud with the rabbits. And the deer, and the birds, especially the quail.
Do you know what this entire Stealth Atlas thing reminds me?
What does it remind you of?
I I don't actually play Magic the Gathering, but back in the day we had a bunch of people who did, and one of their favorite cards was the Elephant Ambush, in which you have a tiny sliver of a tree. I'll get you an image. You'll get what I mean.
Excellent. Rimwood Herald said, special operations I mean by which many doors are opened, clan boys. What a wise guard. I'm catching up on water rates, yes. The going shop, they aren't paid to Thames Water. Indeed. A little bit far away for Thames Water. The card is smooth. I did try to make it smooth. I was like, Alaric needs to have at least one pickup line in this book. And I wanted it to be delivered so it wasn't just a groaner, but actually felt like it fit. And I think one of the things with a really good pickup line, like if they use the way they were originally intended and not what they've become these days, is if you're going to drop something like that, I mean, that's a Chad move if you're going to drop one sincerely and sensibly. And the only way to capitalize on that is you have to walk off afterwards. You have to drop it and then leave it for the other person to stew on, and give them time for a comeback, not force them to feel like they have to respond instantly, because that's why pickup artistry on the street just doesn't work. It's pushy and aggressive and cheesy and horrible. But if you can drop a really good one-liner and walk away, and so yeah, I let Ward have a pickup line and walk away. Cool guys don't look at the chick after pickup lines, I guess.
Well, she does explode on an impressive regularity, and cool guys do not look at explosions. I'm sorry, she does explode on a regular basis.
She kind of does. She's struggling.
I will not generalize it from Dravendra to women in general.
No, but Dravendra, yes. So, things with this chapter. This chapter is, I both love it and hate it at the same time, because while I was doing the rewrite, I wanted to hit I don't know, maybe a side glance. Side glances can also work. It depends on the mood of the moment, but you're right, you can do a side glance. But if you're using one-liners and pickup lines, don't pressure the person you're using them on to have to respond to you instantly. It's rarely going to work well, unless it's a very specific type of person you run into. Anyway, this chapter in the original book, yes, she turns up at Founding Day. The way it works in the original book is it's not a parade ground display with, readings from the Remembrance and all of the stuff I put in. It's literally that Ward is inspecting the mechs and the troops inside the hangars on Wolf Base, and Darvendra is his single guest. She has an aide that's supposed to be escorting her, and when Clan Hell's horses attack, there's no build up to the Stealth Atlas. It's just that she's kind of there and she's enjoying herself and she's watching Ward, and she can't tell the difference between several mechs that look nothing alike, which is just kind of hilarious. They're in the middle of doing the inspection, and then all of a sudden Hell's horses are just there and opening fire, including the Atlas II, which, how do you not notice an Atlas II trundling up to your hangar? They're kind of big, kind of loud, but nobody notices until they open fire. So the original book has the Stealth Atlas II in it, but I don't think it's intentional. I don't think it's supposed to be read that way in the original book. It's just supposed to be surprise. Hell's horses are attacking now, and there's this whole thing about, later on about, did Kin Lu pay for the Hell's horses? Did she not? It's a whole load of absolute nonsense that just doesn't need to be there.
Did you see the?
I did not. Let me come and click on the thing. Let me come and have a look at the elephant ambush. Oh, that is fabulous.
You see, it's the same energy.
Yes.
It's exactly the same energy. It's an elephant ambush.
I'm hiding.
Surprise.
You can't see me.
Exactly.
Oh my! Thank you, Rimwood Herald, for the image you've sent me as well. Oh my goodness.
What did you get?
Yeah, I did. Let me save it. I will show all of chat. Save image. Throw it on my desktop.
I'm allowed to be nosy.
Yes, everyone is allowed to be nosy.
I'm a co-host.
We
I
will
have
turn
privileges.
on, you do. We will turn on this image of pigeons and then change it over to what Rimwood Herald sent me.
Yes,
Because
no more pigeons.
No more pigeons. We're going to change to something else. Let's make sure I get the right thing. There we go.
No more drunken pigeons at that. From between me, Surat. What's a Surat?
It is a derogatory clan term.
I need to. I see. It's
I
a
think-
pyjack. It's
Go on.
it's the pyjack of the BattleTech universe. I see. I understand.
I'm just
No,
saying we should embrace the elemental postal service. It clearly makes
Yes.
sense. No more questions. I wake your hands.
I mean, we've all seen the okay. Those of us who have seen Deltards or Delta Green as played by the BPL, which was very amusing to watch. But watching Tex playing a postal office investigator.
Hello.
No,
I will never look
not
at
to get me
Dairy
from-
Queens the same ever again after Deltard Green.
It's just watching him invoking rules that are older than the USA, because the postal service predates the executive function of the USA, and so they are operating on a completely different mandate. And I'm looking at an elemental rolling up to your house as like, by name of Kerensky and the postal service, I do not obey the mandate of the Starlink. I predate the Starlink. I have been here ever since I have unpacked the pistol for Maris at the throne room.
See, Darvendra was lucky she only got threatened with a military vertical insertion to read a line and a half.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Dear God, can you imagine the level of violence an actual postal service investigator would enact on someone refusing to get their mail in order?
All right, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to take just a minute. I'm going to go use the restroom, let the dogs use the restroom, and then when I come back, we can read some more because we've got plenty of time this week. And if you guys are having a good time, I am happy to continue trying to have a good time as we get through this ridiculous story. Oh, final thoughts on this chapter before I go. So I did say that I was trying to keep to as many of the beats of the original book as possible, and that made this chapter a difficult one because on the one hand, the original book had the accidental stealth atlas too, and I just found that so goddamn funny reading the original, and of course I blew it up into even more ridiculous proportions in hours. But on the other hand, it was... there was no good common sense reason why the hell Darvendra was being allowed to see Clan Wolf's, the internals of the hangar and the command center, because she does watch the battle in the original book. And honestly, even in mine, it still doesn't make sense. There's no way Darvendra should have been able to slip into the command center the way that I wrote it. I didn't really have a good workaround for that. So I just had to go with it, and I did try to sort of fix it a little bit at the end by making her position and the fact that she's been seen with the Ilkhan so often and that she has been involved in this other side of things to sort of allow her to explain her way out of the problem. But it's one of those things where if I had been writing this book myself, if I'd had the original remit and sat down to write a book, I don't think I'd have ever written the kind of circumstances that appear in the original or in this rewrite version, because there's just no good common sense reason why a civilian should be able to slip into a military command room. It's just not going to happen.
I'm going to say one line and it's going to set everything all right.
What's that?
How did you get up there? Wasn't easy.
Yeah, I did kind of egg Shen it. She just gets in there. She's just there. She takes a couple of wrong turns and she's just there. Ask no questions. It wasn't easy. But it works
And it's
because
all
this is a
right.
romantic comedy, and it being a comedy, you can get away with it. But it is one of the things that I wish I hadn't had to work with, you know?
Yeah, but you know what? It carries. Now go take care of yourself.
Yes, I will be back in a few minutes. I'm going to leave you with Lick to chat. Try not to blow anything too expensive
It
up.
is
I will be back.
entirely their fault.
Of
They are
course.
going to suffer for it. They're going to wake up and ficuses are going to be gone, replaced with monsters. Because you guys don't know what's going on in the background. I am drawing the front page, the cover art for this, and now I'm doing a Kappa Kashik Hell's Horses mech. And there's going to do Night Owl. You're okay. I mean, it's up to you. Do you wish to? I mean, okay, fine. Das was not a most observant. Listen, I've spent over 500 days in the COC in the last few years. You notice when someone who doesn't need to be there is there, especially if they're not dressed correctly. But you know, it's an Egg Shen move. It's an Egg Shen moment. And if those of you don't know Egg Shen, it's part of the Big Trouble in Little China movie when there's no reason for the dude to have gotten to the third floor somehow, and they never explain it. They just say wasn't easy and never explain it. What's a 90-60-30 before deployment? Night Owl, that's on you. That's on you. You are like the wheat growing too fast. Ah, 90. Wow, you get to drill things before you get deployed? That's nice. Just half-ass it all the way. Anyhow, look, you're like the wheat growing too fast, and all you can wait for is the Reaper Man, or in that case, the Digger Man. It's okay. How to paint? Drawing Max in Hell's Horses has some pretty wild color schemes. I got modded. Yeah. That's how you get to be a mod. Just you're active, people notice you, and then bam. People just like, okay, you're reliably here and your head is attached. We'll give it a shot. That's how I got in here. Sort of. Okay. Noted, person of freak 01. Noted. You're not getting it. You're not getting any of it. You're too much of a troll. bears handing out swords. Okay, that actually sounds like a little comic I can make for the Legionnaires. For the next Legionnaires. Uh, what's the word for it? Issue. Yeah, the next issue of the Legionnaire. A bear, he digs, handing out swords.
How many things did you blow up?
Redacted. What's your clearance? That you're asking me these sort of questions.
Well, I'd say it's my stream, but on the other hand, Diggs runs the channel, so yeah, if anything's blown up, I guess it's his problem, not mine.
It's chat's.
Of
Okay,
course, it's
it's
chat's
chat's
fault.
fault.
Always
It's
chat's
chat's.
fault.
Exactly. It's not. Well. Uh. Okay. Pass.
Oh. Okay, let's see. Anything I've missed from chat? Bears handing out swords is an excellent system of government. I agree. I agree.
If you haven't noticed, no, nothing exploded. Don't worry about it.
I initially with this channel because WBPL 76, my initial engagement with it was when Aiden started streaming, and I asked Diggs if it would be okay to do art prompts and do, you know, the Goob polls for it. And then just all of a sudden I was modded so I could do the polls and etc. And it didn't have to be something he got involved with. And I was like, this is a terrible amount of responsibility to give me. I'm an idiot. And yeah, now we're here.
Now, what you heard right now, chat, in case you weren't aware, was a lie. That is a lie. And it wasn't even a benign lie. It was just a lie. But we will give her time.
Okay, the kettle has just clicked, so I'm going to finish making the cup of tea because I think that's going to be kind of important going forwards, and then we'll be able to get back into some more. So I'll step away for 2 more seconds, then we'll do the thing.
Yes. Go do. The bear with the plus 90 bluff in Pathfinder, allowing you to bluff everyone into believing that you can speak because your bluff is higher than God. This is why D20 is sometimes really stupid. And Pathfinder in particular. I love Pathfinder 1 to bits. Did you or your skeleton friend or either of you battle requests for joining Gem? Freak, who's that question going to? Sir Barrington is an amazing story. It has become kind. Okay, Red will be back in a moment and will answer to you. Hulkslayers. D&D. Speak more. Well, sadly, I actually have to. I have to. Hulkslayers, at the beginning of the stream, I did specify specifically that I created a character for my game that is a fully sentient bird, a drunken bird that gained not only full sentience but the ability to transform into a humanoid version.
I have returned. I have tea. We will be able to continue.
Yes, Ed. Yes, Ed. You're correct.
I
I'm going to
see.
check on my stew.
You should do
You are
that.
going to take care of stuff. You're going to take care of stream. Also, Persona Freak 01 had a question.
I can see that. I will happily answer that question. So I wouldn't say that I was a fan per se. Aiden has always been into tabletop wargaming like the entire time that I've known him. And originally the two of us were both 40k people back when 40k was still, good and GW wasn't the most evil company on the planet. I was a Dark Eldar player to the surprise of nobody. And then as sort of GW went down its slide and time was moving on, the friendly local game store that we were going to encouraged Aiden over to Battletech and getting more interested in that. And once we moved away from the Pensacola area and started sort of that moving process, we ended up getting more into Battletech as time went on. The sort of critical moment that really sort of shifted our household over to a Battletech household was when Aiden was deployed overseas. And one of our friends was like, hey, I know you're deployed and bored and fed up and you're in the middle of nowhere in the desert and have no local amenities. Here's this video by this Tex guy that you might enjoy. And was it the video for the Marauder was the first one he saw? I don't remember. If he's still kicking about in chat, Aiden might be able to clarify which one it was. But that was where Aiden fell into Tex Talks Battletech, and then sort of Battletech became his big thing. And of course, I was aware of it by periphery because he's my husband and we live in the same house. He then got involved with the Orcs. He started streaming over there before getting pulled over to the Full Legion and streaming on here. And that caused him to need a PNG tuber. And the person he got that from, he showed some of my art to. And she encouraged me to continue building my art and actually step into it instead of just doing, doodles on the side as a hobby. And that led to me actually beginning to study art. And then when The Hunchback was due to come out, Aiden and some of the other friendly folk that I love very dearly wanted to make a sort of promo piece for this, Operation Bug Hunt. And they needed smart for it. And Aiden was like, well, my wife's currently studying art. I'll ask her. So the first mech I ever drew was a Hunchback. I'd never drawn any mech at all, not just Battletech mechs, none ever. I think the closest I'd ever come was many years ago I had drawn a Night Sabers style sort of exosuit thing from Bubblegum Crisis. That was like the most I'd ever done. So I ended up drawing the Hunchback and losing my mind as I was learning how to draw mechs after only 2 terms of art school. And I drew the truck nuts on it, and hunch nuts became a thing. And yeah, the rest is kind of history. So that was how I got into Battletech. Was Aiden got into it first, and then I kind of landed here. And yeah. I'm getting to work on some very fun projects now that hopefully you guys will get to see when they come out. And yeah, it's a fun time. So yeah, origin story. I was also, I will be entirely honest because I think it's an important thing to talk about. I was absolutely terrified when I got started with things because both the Orcs and of course the main BPL is full of so many talented people that I look up to and respect very, very much. Actually, becoming involved with people and then getting invited into the Legion proper was, I was terrified. I was absolutely terrified. I still am when I'm asked to do things, on a certain level. I'm just like, oh my God, amazing people. And I'm just a small idiotic bean.
Hello, imposter syndrome. How are you doing?
Yeah, I suffer terribly from imposter syndrome. I have it at
Doctor
a
Who.
very large level.
Doctor Who. That is also a lie. No, well, it's imposter syndrome.
Yes, it is.
You can slug, just Doctor Who in particular. You can slug a conversation about how he concept role-playing game design with the best of them.
Yes.
Okay, I've seen you do it. Don't walk up to me with that bullshit.
Put Battletech minis in the checkout line for impulse buys. Yeah. I refound Battletech from text what was shown Mech Warrior 4 when I was a child on Dad's PC. So always loved Battletech, just didn't know about everything until Tex's videos. That's awesome. That is very awesome. trapped with the knowledge of big stumpy murder bots. Yes, the comfy crowd comment really that Bully Snake put there. It really is the thing. Is the orcs and the BPL. What I love about it most is not just the talented people, though I do obviously love them, but it's the attitude of wanting to bring out the best in others and giving people spaces and time and chance to be their best selves. And that's something that we see through the community on both sides, and it is just wonderful. Starting out doing just the art prompts week by week for Aiden's stream on here before I ever started streaming myself or doing like full commission work. That was so good for me mentally, for my studying, my development, continuing to build my ability to draw art and to connect with people, because you guys had just the most ridiculous prompts. I've still got all of the prompts that I never had time to draw. If at some point ever I get the chance to go back to it, I'd like to do that again, but it's been wonderful.
Will remind you that you've made incredible Hans art.
I have made some great Hans art. I
Doctor
need to
Who
get
wishes
some more.
to grant. And I wish to grant him, but only if you approve.
I don't have an issue with that. Just, if we want to get through the rest of this book, we just can't spend too long on it is all. But you're absolutely welcome to come in and share your 2 cents on it. Entirely up to you, Doctor Who, or we can just get straight back to reading. I leave it up to your discretion. I'm going to sip a tiny bit of this tea before we do anything else, though, because reading dries my throat out. Nobody really knows what they are doing. Yeah. I mean, to a certain degree, every single person that isn't, some form of sociopath, etc., probably has a degree of imposter syndrome. I think it's a natural part of being able to be a human being that connects with other people and can enjoy and respect other people's achievements as well as your own. It really becomes a syndrome when you have it beyond just that normal mild amount that is possible to overcome. And that's the issue, and I think quite a few people in the community probably have it. We should have a doc in chat. Yes, I did hear the join sound.
Hello. No, yes, like out of all of the people that I consider friends in the Legion and the Aux, I am the normalest chuckle fuck that's ever fucked a chuckle. Why am I here? How am I here? Oh god. Oh god. And then everyone is just like, bruh, just chill, have a good time. And I'm just like, yeah, let's have a good time.
You cook immeasurably better than I do, so you've already got that going for you. You're also very personable. You're good at bringing people together. You have wonderful ideas writing-wise, and, as time continues on, you're only going to get better and better and better at that. So
it's because I clicked on a link. No, no, Tex and the larger BPL landed in my sphere of influence when the catapult video got recommended back in 2019. Oh god, my body is making noises. The rest is history, and I love it here, but why am I here? How am I here? But I love it here. Orcslayer wants me to read some of the book.
We will do that in just a minute. I'll give you a section, no problem.
I am currently painting an Atlas 9Q for an Alpha Strike game tonight.
Fabulous. What were you going to say, Lichter?
I'm just saying I am currently reworking the website.
Oh, fabulous.
I've re-imported Satan into the website. It took me a little while. I had to exchange servers because Satan ruined the last server I imported it into. Mm-hmm. But now Satan is firmly in our hardware, and you can find it on the BPL website. And also, the next thing I'm importing is the way to form for the whole thing in the secret pizza room.
Yes.
Which for which apparently I need an 8-bit version of an urban mech.
I probably already have one.
And
Send
if
it over.
you need one, there is probably several people in the immediate chat who
know how
are
to make
good
them.
at pixel art.
If you like pixel art and want to work with me on the website and do some stupid shit on the BPL website, I have ideas, too much time, and some coding involved because there's going to be a vending machine giving you weird wisdom if you click it just the wrong way.
I love it.
If your ball is too big for your head, it's not your ball. That is some good wisdom.
Okay,
I mean,
so
we're going to do some shit.
yes,
See,
I'm very
Ed
excited
found
for
my
it.
secret pizza room.
Hey!
Now you can find it. I hid it away, but I'm going to put it back again.
Excellent. Right, where is
But that's in the
Doctor
future.
Who? Because I will get.
I'm at home.
I mean, in my Discord list. Let me find you there. Right, I will read the introduction to the chapter, like the little blurb at the top, and then if you'd like to do like the first.
Let me put my paintbrush down.
I have just sent you the opening paragraph if you'd like to do that afterwards, and then I'll carry on from there and let you get back to your painting, and we will do that. All right, let me
but
read
no,
the
chat,
opening.
you are all wonderful people. Continue doing what you are doing. We're all just bumbling through life. Some of us hide it better than others.
Yes. Alrighty, let's carry on with this so we can get some more done with the time we have today. Chapter 11, Ghosts in the Paint. First Lord Command Office. Gentle friends, I would like you please to note the fact that I steadily shifted references to Ward from Ilkhan to First Lord in the language of the Terrans over the course of the book as a literary technique to imply subtly the acceptance of the new administration as time goes on. I'm sure you noticed. Now, I am integrating that identity into direct clan affairs too and would like a medal for being very clever. Thank you. Clan Wolf Base, outside Unity City, North America, Terra, the Carganate, 29th of August 3151, 10:30 hours.
The propaganda reels were better than Ward had expected. This is not, in itself, high praise. He stood with one hand braced against the back of a chair and watched the main wall display cycle through edited footage from the agricultural restoration circuit to Founding Day. Whoever had assembled the first draft had understood the assignment with sufficient clarity not to embarrass themselves. Fields, orchards, trains moving, families in recovered districts, repaired agrimechs and industrial units back to work, Terran officials mingling with Clan Wolf beneath the tents after the Founding Day parade, order, stability, continuity, champagne, a world not healed yet, editing suggestion not yet healed, but plainly surviving. On the screen, the First Lord of the Star League accepted a basket of produce from a family with the solemnity of a man receiving a coded war directive disguised as fruit. Ward narrowed his eyes. That shot is terrible. Beside him, Vickers looked up from her datapad. It is effective. It makes me look suspicious of vegetables. You usually are suspicious of things handed to you unexpectedly. That is because I intend to continue to survive. The screen shifted to the cherry orchard, then to a line of restored machines moving across a field road in the evening light, while a warm-voiced narrator explained that Terra's future was already taking shape in local hands. Ward disliked narrators on principle. Hey! Another cut followed. Founding Day tense. Terran dignitaries speaking with two Wolf officers, a sweep of banners, a careful angle that suggested the event had passed in nothing but orderly ceremony and wine. No smoke, no wreckage, no sign at all that an Atlas II had been hidden among ornamental trees like a particularly poor landscaping decision. Good.
Thank you. There you go, chat. You got some good reading. Now you're going to have to put up with me again.
Oh no, whatever will we do?
All right. Thank you, Doc.
I'll just point out that at this point in time, 2 hours in, we are at 60 people.
Why are you here? Why? Thank you, though. I hope you guys are having fun.
Because you are wildly entertaining. And also a majority of us are American and like hearing the funny English lady speak.
Well, in that case, then, I will let you get back to your painting and the funny English lady will speak some more.
I will leave and rejoin chat.
That sounds
Bye,
good.
everybody.
Yep, up to 60.
Vickers tapped her datapad and the screen split, the reel shrinking to one side as a tactical overlay replaced the other half. The reels are being pushed to the main feeds now, she said. Cross-distributed through state channels, local civic networks, and selected external mirrors. Ward shifted his attention at once. And the operation? Vickers enlarged a topographic grid. Known insurgent support site. Rural industrial shell on the west side of the old utility corridor. North of the transport spur. The second tracker, hidden on Soil Reaper, led us to it. Heat signatures and low-level comm activity have matched three prior nights. No heavy assets expected. Light vehicles, small arms, and possibly a relay point. Ward looked over the structure rendered in flat lines and coloured depth fields. How certain? Enough. That was good enough. He did not need certainty for this. He needed maintenance. Revenge was expensive. Theatricality more so. Both tended to leave paperwork. This, by contrast, would be quiet. Surgical. Done by the time the public finished arguing online about whether the First Lord had looked more natural holding cherries or standing under a tent with Terran mares. The strike team was... I know. The strike team was already in motion. Elementals only. No heavy machines, no formal declaration. No statement for the enemy to admire before dying uselessly. The room around them remained active without becoming loud. Aides moved in and out with scheduled reports, route updates, diplomatic summaries, and all the small indignities required to maintain the illusion that a reformed Star League could be run from one office on one world by one very busy man who had not yet physically torn apart his own communications table. Ward watched the first signal tick across the tactical display. Entry. The elementals came in from 3 vectors at once, using the tree cover and drainage lines flanking the abandoned industrial shell rather than the road. Their comm traffic was clipped, sparse, and deeply satisfying in its competence. No speeches, no drama, just movement. A flicker of resistance inside the structure. Heat bloom. 2 points dropped from the display, then a third. A door breach. One of the outer walls briefly lit from internal discharge. Contact confirmed, said the operations officer at the side console. Ward did not answer. The reels on the main screen continued to play. Now he was watching himself at Founding Day, shaking hands beneath the marquee tents with a district agricultural commissioner who had spent the entire encounter trying to decide whether she was too relieved or too terrified to smile naturally. Pause that, he said. An aide hesitated. The reel, sir? The screen froze on Ward mid-handshake. He immediately regretted seeing himself from that angle. On the tactical display, the elementals moved through the outer shell with the blunt efficiency of weapons too intelligent to need flourish. One support truck tried to break from the rear lot before the perimeter clamp was fully in place. Vehicle moving, said Vickers. Ward crossed to her side. The truck punched through one light barrier line, clipped a concrete post hard enough to throw sparks, corrected and tore down an access lane towards the old service road beyond the shell. Stop it. Vickers did not dignify that with the observation that they were already trying. She fed new coordinates to the pursuit net. 2 elemental signatures shifted, jump jets engaging. A support drone banked overhead. The truck blew through a drainage ditch and vanished beneath enough tree cover to buy itself seconds. Seconds were often expensive. The operations officer swore softly. Lost visual. Not yet, said Vickers. The truck reappeared in the telemetry on a lateral route, engine heat spiking. No plates visible. Repainted body panels. Utility profile generic enough to disappear anywhere if it reached open road. Then Vickers made a small sound in her throat and enlarged the forward drone capture. Pause. The operations officer did. The image sharpened. Not enough for a full identification. Enough for a detail. On one side of the truck, beneath newer paint laid down in dull practical strips, something older showed through where impact scoring had eaten back the surface. A curve. A partial serial. White and red beneath grey. Ward looked at it for one beat too long. He knew that colour field. It wasn't military. It was relief. He did not need the whole logo to know it. Vickers turned the datapad towards him. Her expression did not change, but it did not have to. Ward narrowed his eyes. Of course the past had chosen this route. Say nothing of this to anyone, he said. Af, Ilkhan. Have the stills, route data, and recovered partial serial dropped anonymously at Crescent and Cross headquarters for Dr. Elstone's attention. Vickers gave the image another long look. It would be better if she did not know how we found this, he murmured. Af. He did not need to explain why. If the old C&C mark touched Kin Liu, or anyone adjacent to her, then Davendra had to reach it without the appearance of Clan Wolf steering the conclusion. She would trust the information less if it came openly from him. Others would twist it faster if it leaked. And if this turned out to be nothing, then it was nothing she could examine through her own channels rather than one more military contamination of her civilian world. One more burden on his own busy networks. Shall we launch missiles? An aide inquired. Ward shook his head. Neg, pull our forces back and consolidate. No need to risk ammo or men or whatever is over the ridge is headed for. Scour the base. Forget the truck. The vehicle, he decided, would be Dr. Elstone's problem. The operation, however, continued. Interior secure, said one of the strike leads over the command channel. 2 survivors, datapads recovered, hard copy manifests. 1 comm relay rig partly intact, several vehicles disabled. 1 escaped. Ward watched the shell on the screen. No fire worth mentioning. No dramatic collapse, no symbolic crater for later speeches. Good. What have they been moving out of there? Mostly light kit, said the operations officer, reviewing the first sweep returns. Comms parts, field rations, power cells, some medical stock, ammunition. Looks like a node, not a main depot. Then there are more. Af. Ward folded his hands behind his back. He did not feel triumphant. This was not a victory. It was proof of maintenance. A pressure point relieved. A line item addressed. A weed cut back before it seeded the next row. Have the survivors questioned. I wish to see the report myself. The PR reels resumed on the wall screen at some aide's cautious touch. Now the footage showed the farm family again. The twins visible at the edge of one frame, one balancing precariously on a fence rail, while the voiceover spoke about renewed confidence in local production and the strengthening hand of responsible government. Ward looked at them for half a second, then at the tactical display, then back at the reels. Terror looked almost peaceful on camera. That was the point. Vickers shut down the pursuit net. We may recover more from the slates than from the truck. Perhaps. She glanced towards the frozen frame of the orchard. And if Dr. Elstone follows the paint? She will. You sound confident. Ward did not answer immediately. No reason to. Davendra Elstone was many things. Difficult, direct, civilian to the point of irritation, alarmingly competent, excessively memorable. She would follow the paint because she followed whatever pattern offended her enough to keep her awake. And this one would. Finally, he said, "It is what she does." Vickers accepted that. She sent the anonymous transfer orders herself, bypassing 3 normal channels and 1 mildly offended adjutant who had not earned the right to ask why. On the wall screen, the narrator was now saying something about the indivisible relationship between local industry and the future of restored terror, while an image of Ward standing beside a row of logging crews made him look taller, steadier, and marginally less likely to execute a budget clerk for misspelling during morning briefings. Propaganda, he thought, remained an undignified necessity. The operation reports continued to compile. The escaped truck remained escaped. The reels rolled on. And somewhere beyond the walls of Wolf Base, a package with no sender was now beginning its quiet journey to Devendra Elstone's desk. Ward watched a moment longer as the screen shifted again to Founding Day, all lights and tents and orderly procession, and understood precisely why the war had changed shape. People were beginning to believe in continuity. That made continuity worth attacking. He looked away from the screen and back to the tactical map. "Prepare the next list of likely nodes," he said. The operations staff moved at once. Vickers did not ask whether he intended to keep pace like this personally. She knew the answer. For now, yes. Until terror no longer needed the performance of omnipresence. Until his enemies learned fear faster than they learned adaptation. Until the next fire showed where the smoke had really been coming from. The orchard footage cut back in one more time. There he was again, taking fruit from local hands with suspicious dignity, while the future of a planet tried very hard to look uncomplicated behind him. Ward watched it for one final second, then said, "Delete the handshake shot." Vickers, without looking up, replied, "No." And for once, he let it stand. We'll have a sip of tea before continuing.
Sip, sip.
Oh, that's good. That evening, Crescent and Crushed watched itself become useful propaganda. Darvendra sat at the head of the conference table in Unity City with the main screen lit by one of the newly released public reels, while most of the board joined remotely from wherever on Terra they currently happened to be losing patience. The table in front of her was cluttered with noteputers, styluses, half-drunk glasses of water, and the quiet signs of an institution trying to look composed while history dragged it forward by the collar. On the screen, the First Lord of the Star League accepted a basket of produce from a farm family with the solemn concentration of a man being handed a possible assassination device disguised as fruit. Collier, patched in from Brisbane and lit by the distinctly unfair brightness of a Southern Hemisphere afternoon, leaned towards his screen. "Well," he said, "that's annoyingly effective." No one disagreed. The reel shifted to restored Agrimex crossing a field road in evening light. Then to cherry trees. Then to Founding Day tents, where carefully edited footage suggested all Terran dignitaries had spent the afternoon enjoying orderly ceremony and sensible canapes beneath the watchful gaze of Clan Wolf's entirely non-traumatised military machine. Darvendra watched herself on screen too, which she disliked more than seeing Ward. She looked composed, professional, slightly tired. Nothing in the footage suggested she had watched 2 stars of Hell's Horses die against the parade ground and then nearly been arrested in a command room for refusing to remain where she had been told. Good. That was, after all, the point. "This is doing what it should," said Schneider from Europe, his face a rectangle of cool irritation at the far side of the cool grid. "The imagery is coherent. Recovery, order, continuity. The problem is that it is coherent, including Crescent and Cross." Collier snorted once. "That's a very German complaint." "It is an organisational complaint," Schneider corrected, "and therefore superior." Darvendra let them have that exchange while she watched the reel cycle into another sequence. Processing plant footage, logging crews, train lines moving again, camera cuts just quick enough to keep emotion from cooling into scrutiny. "It is effective," she said at last, "which means it is also beginning to create a second problem." Several heads on the call shifted towards her. Schneider gave one short nod. "Exactly." Darvendra folded her hands on the table. "If Crescent and Cross remains too visually close to the First Lord's administration for too long," she said, "we stop looking like a new neutral relief organisation and start looking like an extension of the government." One of the regional heads from South America, joining from what looked like a field office with unreliable lighting and even more unreliable air conditioning, grimaced. "That would hurt future leverage." "Yes," said Darvendra. "Not just fundraising. Access, lobbying, negotiation with groups who are willing to work with us because we are not the government." Schneider adjusted his glasses. "I am not worried you have become ideologically compromised," he said. "If I thought that, I would say so and at greater length. I am worried the appearance of compromise will constrain what this organisation can do once Terra's current emergency phase begins to settle. Davendra gave him a brief look. There it was then. Not Qin Liu's accusation. Not collaborator, whore, or pet administrator to a conqueror. Something far less emotional and therefore more useful. Optics. Yes, she said. I agree. The reel on screen shifted again, this time to a still of Ward at Founding Day, standing in profile beneath the banners, one hand behind his back, expression composed enough to be carved onto coinage and equally annoying. Davendra looked at the image for one beat too long, then dragged her attention back to the board. We knew this phase would not last forever, she said. The question was always where the handoff point would be. Collier nodded. Harvest Festival. Schneider nodded too. Or Year's End at the latest. Davendra let herself consider that aloud. Harvest Festival, then the New Year, she said. That's probably the horizon for this phase. Once the harvest is in and the visible recovery of roads, local industry and field operations has become self-sustaining, Terra stops being one whole problem. Then it becomes regional priorities again. The South American director lifted a hand. Which means? It means, Davendra said, that our work returns to being handled by major regional restoration efforts, not a CEO-level war-footing priority bleeding across every division on the planet. Micromanaging the entire world once region starts to stabilise is a pointless waste of our talents. You all do not need me constantly dictating how you do your jobs. That got a few visible relaxations in posture across the call windows. And Ward? Asked Collier. Davendra leaned back slightly. He'll be in the same position, she said. Once Terra can stand without resources pouring inward just to keep the roads and fields breathing, this becomes the job of an administrator within his own government, not the central focus of the Ilkhan's personal attention. The still image on the main screen remained frozen on Ward's face. Composed, controlled, terrible for concentration. It had been 10 days since she last saw him. That she knew the number precisely said more than anything else about the degree of her preoccupation. She shoved the memory of perhaps there will come a time out of her head. Schneider, after a moment, said, Unless the insurgency changes the timeline. Davendra's expression tightened. That is the real concern. Collier reached for something off screen, found it and took a bite. You think they're getting desperate? Yes. She stood and crossed to the display wall, bringing up the latest regional incident map with a flick of her stylus. Markers flared into view across North America, Canada and South America. Not enough to imply collapse, more than enough to suggest intention. We have enough data now to see the shape of it, she said. Alaric believes... She stopped herself, corrected. The First Lord believes, she said, very evenly indeed, that enemies beyond Terra will take their time. They can afford to. Clans, houses, foreign opportunists, capellans. Anyone external can plan long-term strikes, manoeuvring, leverage. She pointed at the map. But resistance on Terra is running out of places to go. Politically, logistically, psychologically. Schneider leaned forward. Yes. That makes them reckless, Davendra said, and dangerous. The room was quiet for a moment. Not surprised, just forced collectively to sit with the fact that success had made the remaining threat sharper rather than smaller. Collier chewed, swallowed and said, If you corner anything mean enough, it stops making good decisions. No one wants to deal with a wounded Tassie devil in a foxhole. Davendra nodded once. And if they cannot force regime collapse, they will settle for visible damage. They only need to make the administration look strained, incompetent, vulnerable. The most invested might think they can rally the people in some big display of defiance, or lure in rival clan interests on some insane notion they might be better or easier to topple if they win. The South American director sighed. Which means there will be more problems, possibly more mechs and vehicles misappropriated. Yes. Davendra looked back at the frozen image of Ward on the main screen. He told me, she said, to be careful. The words sat there. Schneider, to his credit, did not pounce. Collier absolutely noticed. And are you planning to take that advice? He asked mildly. Or merely admire its delivery? Devendra looked at him. Would you like to be disconnected? Not especially. She let him live. For now, she said, I am planning to finish this meeting. Cowardice, muttered Collier. The reel resumed on the main screen at someone's remote command. Ward was now shaking hands with a municipal official at Founding Day, while the narration spoke in very serious tones about the visible renewal of confidence through shared civic engagement. Collier narrowed his eyes. If he smiles any harder there, he'll fracture something structural. Devendra did laugh at that. Barely. Just enough for the board to notice and then politely pretend not to. Schneider, dry as dust, said, It is effective propaganda. I dislike that it is effective. That, said Collier, is the most German sentence ever spoken. It is the most correct sentence ever spoken. Devendra lifted a hand before the meeting could drift into another argument about national character under strain. Finish the revised projections and circulate them by morning local to each division, she said. North America will retain priority until the first post-harvest stabilization review. After that, we begin shifting terror towards normalized recovery management. A chorus of acknowledgements followed. One by one, the call windows began to wink out. Schneider signed off first. He believed in punctual exits the way some people believed in saints. Collier lingered. He looked at the main screen, then at Devendra. You're still watching him? She did not bother pretending otherwise. Good night, Fred. He gave her a small salute with whatever remained in his mug. Be sensible, Vendra. Then he vanished too. The room went quiet. For the first time in several hours, there was no one left to brief, reassure, overrule or redirect. Devendra stood alone in the dim conference room while the propaganda reel continued to play on a loop designed to imply inevitability. The future looked very polished from the right angle. Then the door buzzed. She frowned, checked the clock and crossed the room. Outside stood a junior admin runner from the building's lower intake office, holding a plain data envelope and looking as though someone had very specifically told him not to ask questions under any circumstances. This was left for your attention, Doctor, he said. No sender? No, ma'am. She took it. It was thin, unremarkable, no seal beyond the default transfer lock. Thank you. He left. Devendra shut the door again and returned to the table. For a few seconds, she simply looked at the envelope. Then she opened it. Inside were image stills, route coordinates, a timestamp chain, and one enlarged close-up from what looked like a vehicle side panel. The paint was new enough to be intentional and old enough to be wearing badly under stress. And beneath it, a ghost. Not the whole thing. Not cleanly visible, but enough. A curved remnant of an old crescent and cross service mark, buried beneath the newer paint. An outdated serial format she reckoned instantly from pre-war relief fleet registries. Devendra sat down very slowly. The room seemed to pull tighter around her. This was not random. This was not rumour. And whoever had sent it to her. Not to the board, not to security, not to some abstract shared channel where it could be dismissed, delayed or politicised to death. She picked up one of the stills and brought it closer to the light. Old CNC paint beneath newer field coating. A relief truck, or what had once been one. Her pulse kicked hard once, then again. Kin Liu had vanished. No statement, no public appearance, no request for reference, no forwarding trail. And now this. Devendra looked up at the main screen where Ward, larger than life and perfectly edited, was promising continuity to a world trying very hard to believe him. She set the still down, very carefully. We are, she said to the empty room, not done here. On screen, the First Lord of the Star League took another basket of produce with austere conviction while the voiceover spoke about recovery. At the table below, Devendra Elstone reached for her noteputer, opened a private file, and began to trace the ghost in the paint. And that is the end of chapter 13. How are we doing?
I love Schneider. I want him in my organization. I need more people like him. We need more people like him. I need him in my company.
He does get to the point rather well.
Yes. He is correct, though. It is superior.
Mo says, had I known, I would have alerted Mo audio files. Unfortunately, Mo, I didn't know what I was doing this week. I wasn't able to write Shoal, which is what we were normally doing. So I gave chat an option of what we did this week, and they wanted more Hungry Like the Wolf. It's been fun. We've been enjoying ourselves, but it wasn't necessarily planned. This stream is a very unplanned stream.
Yes.
Did you just do a GTA paint job escape? Sort of.
Look, it's working. Anything else, anything beyond it being working is incredibly superfluous to objective.
I can hear the Corbin. I can hear the casual implied taunting. 5 minutes to BB. Unfortunately, we do not have BB today. She has some other things going on. I am actually just going to pop over quickly and see if there's been any updates in the channel. There have not, so that's fine. So yeah, we are going to continue. We're going to move through BB's slot. I'm going to be very sensible and take a look and see what time BB should be finishing today. Okay. 2.5 hours. Okay, so for me, that's going to be 5 p.m. when we sign off. So that's going to be 8 p.m. Yeah, it's going to be 8 p.m. for our Eastern time zone people. We've got a couple more hours.
I'm going to have to at some point go to sleep. But
you should do that. You should definitely do that. You leave when it's convenient for you.
Yeah, I live on a different continent.
Yes.
Okay, so there's that. Continue, please. I wish to hear.
So yeah, we've technically got another 2.5 hours. Whether we'll go that full time or not, I don't know. We'll probably go until my voice runs out, or Aiden gets home with groceries and I decide I'm hungry, and that takes precedence. Because I am a beagle parent and am thus also ruled by my stomach.
No wolf meat for you.
God, no, thank you. Didn't mind writing him for Devendra, but not for me.
Thank you. Stupid. Stupid jokes aside.
Alrighty. So, this chapter that we've just read, this was one that I basically inserted. This is entirely fresh content from the original, because the whole plot with the original is that Kinlu gets really annoyed that Clan Wolf has taken over, and that Crescent and Cross is assisting in restoring the planet, and she goes off and starts an insurrection, and it's not really built up very well. It's not built up very well. Kinlu
Kinlu just magically magics into existence the magic of an insurrection.
Basically, yes. So she storms out very dramatically, which we kind of had that ourselves as well, though ours happened a little bit later in. And then she kind of disappears, and there's this whole red herring storyline that Marcus Schneider, the German executive, is behind her, pushing back against Darvendra and quitting so dramatically. And then it's revealed later on that no, Schneider's always been on Darvendra's side. She just didn't realise. And I'm like, why is that in here? You haven't done anything useful with it. You just like mentioned it at the beginning, and then you mentioned it again here to tell us that no, that's not the thing. You didn't do anything with it. So I cut that out completely. After that, once you know that, oh no, you know, Schneider isn't behind it, Kinlu basically doesn't matter until after the Hell's Horses attack, and it's only really at that point that she kind of gets mentioned again, because there needed to be a reason for Darvendra to end up in Alaric's battle mech for sexy times. is basically the long and the short of it. So after the Hell's Horses attack, she goes back in the original book to Crescent and Cross and discovers that, oh no, Kinlu had a backdoor into our finances and has siphoned, all of these credits, and she's using that to fund an insurrection, and we need to go and blow her up immediately. I must inform Ward. And she runs off to inform him, ends up in the battle mech as the attack starts happening from Kinlu, and they have a final climactic battle, and then the epilogue is very, the relationship is in the exact same place it started at the beginning of the book, and it's very disappointing. And I was like, no, that doesn't really make any sense, and it just nothing feels earned. And Kinlu's insurrection doesn't feel earned, Davendra ending up in the battle mech doesn't feel earned, and so I was like, no, we're actually going to take some time to build up the fact that, this insurgency is happening. So we've had all of the agri-mechs disappearing through the course of my version of the book, and I'm sort of inferring this in chapter 13 when we've still got plenty of chapters left to go to make it feel like it has some weight.
I'm afraid to ask, are we aware that this is not how credits work?
It really annoyed me that she just had a backdoor into Crescent and Cross's systems and had stolen all this money over months and no one noticed until it was convenient for the plot. I did not have that happen. She has not been stealing credits and monies in my version. She's done something else.
Arranging an insurrection is not something that just magically happens out of thin air.
You just need money, and then you just say, I have lots of money and do not like the current administration, and then somebody gives you a Phoenix Hawk, and off you go, and that's all you need. That's how it works according to the original book.
I wasn't aware that Discount Dan had an offshoot on Terra.
My wallet hurts and I'm mad at the government. It's basically that, yes. My wallet hurts and I'm mad at the government. Does anyone happen to have a spare Phoenix 2C2? It's fine.
Again, Discount Dan will take care of that, but I wasn't aware Discount Dan had a branch on Terra.
Apparently.
I was under the impression they were working at a periphery.
Well, in my version, I have done things a bit differently. We've sort of had this slow build of, agri-mechs and industrial mechs are going missing. Kinlu hasn't been seen. There's going to be another level that sort of gets added onto it now, and we'll go from there. And hopefully it feels a bit more believable. I still don't think it's well written, because I am working with a framework that I feel is flawed at its core, but we wanted to hit as many of the same beats as possible to just see what we could do with, what we had. So I think I've done the best that I could do with what was put in front of me, but I'm not going to call it good. I would not say that I solved all of the plot problems.
I think you've done enough with a rom-com. We must remember you're working with the tools you have, not with the plot you wished for.
Yes.
So, yeah. Some charity should be given, especially to a charitable organization.
I appreciate it. There is reason inside threat detection and targeted phishing of executives is a really big deal in corporate security. Yes. And, I've tried to imply a little bit more insurrection than the original book had. All right, let's take a look at Chapter 14, shall we?
Yes.
Chapter 14, this is why we audit things. Crescent and Cross Global Relief Agency headquarters. Can we please take a minute to point out what an ill-advised name this is for a relief organisation? People will instantly think the Crusades. If you meant to evoke the Templars, maybe be more specific, and if that wasn't the intent, then maybe a name that isn't steeped in religious iconography for this non-government organisation might be wise. I presume it enjoys being non-denominational too. Unity City, North America, Terra, the Carganate, 30th of July, 3151, 1510 hours. Davendra spent the next day in a state of contained professional fury. It was, she reflected by early afternoon, not an entirely new state for her, just a more refined one. The anonymous packet had not left her desk once. She had scanned it, copied it into a private encrypted file, then physically locked the hard copy into the bottom drawer as if distance and furniture might stop the implication from spreading. They had not. By noon, she had confirmed what she feared most very quickly, and what she feared second most only slightly after. The truck was real. Not a fake registry, not a fabricated image, not a planted serial. Real. An old Crescent and Cross service vehicle, years past its useful prime, listed in pre-war records as due for decommission and scrap redistribution. One of dozens, perhaps hundreds of units no one had thought worth caring about during the collapse, the war, and the long process of trying to get roads, food, and people moving again. It should have been beyond use, which was why it hadn't been returned to C&C service. But apparently, someone had stitched what was damaged back together. That alone would have been bad enough. Worse, though, was the paper trail. By the time the light had begun turning gold outside her office window, Darvendra had found enough legacy routing authorizations and overlooked transfer notations to stop telling herself this might still be coincidence. The release forms were technically legitimate. Old permissions, emergency relief overrides, deferred scrapping allocations. Nothing that should have mattered now. Which, of course, was why it had. She leaned back in her chair and stared at the oldest of the approvals until the words blurred. Qin Liu's name wasn't on the final release itself. That would have been too easy. But the chain beneath it had her fingerprints all over it. Territory assignments, legacy clearance pathways, division-specific relief exceptions from the period immediately after the war, when everything not actively on fire had been shoved into categories labelled later. And later, it turned out, had come armed. Darvendra keyed up Schneider's direct line. He answered on the third ring, face appearing with all the elegant severity of a man who had never once enjoyed being interrupted and had long ago accepted that this was no defence against reality. Dr. Elstone. Marcus. His brows shifted very slightly at the use of his first name. That was how he knew it was bad. I assume, he said, that you would not be calling me if something serious was not afoot. May I presume you already called Collier? Darvendra let out a breath. No. I called you first because I need your cool head and your direct rhetoric before I let Collier start calling people drongos on an open channel. That earned the faintest possible change in Schneider's expression. For him, it was practically a laugh. Prudent, he said. Tell me. Darvendra turned her screen and pushed the file stack through to him. The truck is one of ours, she said after giving him a minute to look it over. Or rather, was. Old Crescent and Cross utility transport. Scheduled for decommission and scrap recovery before the war started. The release chain is technically valid. Technically. Yes. Schneider's eyes moved across the data with frightening speed. Darvendra continued. I think Qin Liu never left North America. I think she used legacy authorization routes and relief permissions from her time in office to reappropriate defunct or low-priority equipment. Not just from us, likely, but using old C&C permissions to smooth the path. For an end result of what? I think former Director Liu isn't exactly trying to start up a rival company. The missing mechs. Now this. I suspect Liu has monetized assets we didn't even think to keep from her. Assets that weren't really on our books properly anymore. He looked up. How? Darvendra folded her arms. By sale, by barter, by redistribution. Parts, transports, old field units. Probably anything that can still move or be stripped for value that was in our decommissioned backlog. Not enough to build a real military apparatus, but probably enough to fund something uglier. And make friends in low places. Schneider nodded once and looked back at the file. That, more than alarm would have, made her uneasy. You are not surprised? Oh, I am surprised, he said. I am simply also thinking. He enlarged one branch of the authorization tree, then another. Nothing here is broken, he said at last. Darvendra nodded. That was my summation also. He tapped the screen. The permissions functioned as designed. The regional relief fast tracks worked. The decommissioned backlog remained unexamined because we had more urgent things to survive. The old interdivisional pathways did not fail. He looked at her directly. That is the problem. Darvendra sat very still. Schneider continued, voice calm and exact. She did not need her revoked access. She did not need to hack our systems. She only needed to know where the old doors were and which ones no one would bother closing while the building was on fire. Of the people who would know this, I fear you are correct. This was likely former Director Liu. Darvendra let that sit. She had not lied when she said the loss of Liu's skills would be a shame, but to see them used like this... You think she did all of this herself? She finally asked. No, said Schneider. I think she likely had intent, and after exiting the structure of C&C, who knows what new advisors she had decided to listen to. He moved another of Darvendra's files into view. On it, she had identified a range of defunct relief equipment, all the paperwork bearing the same sort of signatures as the one which had reclaimed the truck from the scrapyard. These units are not random. They are not the most valuable assets on paper. They are the most useful, mobile, adaptable, ignored by current priority structures. Exactly the sort of equipment you would gather if you intended to build a parallel logistics chain under the noise of legitimate recovery. Darvendra rubbed one hand over her mouth. She's continuing the war. Schneider's voice sharpened by 1 degree. She is exploiting the war recovery to continue the fighting. Yes, that. There it was. Not stealing from the wounded to enrich herself. Not corruption. Not even quite revenge. Something uglier. Liu had taken the very condition of instability, the very triage that forced everyone to let old protocols slide, and used it to feed the same conflict she claimed to hate. Darvendra heard herself say quietly, She accused me of indulging the warlord. Schneider did not flinch. And she, he said, is indulging the war itself. The words hit cleanly enough to hurt. Darvendra turned away from the screen for a moment and looked out at the city. Traffic moved. Freight moved. Repairs continued. The whole world was trying very hard to look as though it had chosen continuity rather than merely a facade. Ward had been right to be paranoid. That thought still irritated her. The fact it no longer shocked her was worse. Schneider cleared his throat softly. How much has she raised, do you estimate? Darvendra looked back. Enough. That is not a number. It's the only honest answer I have right now. Enough to hire desperate people. Enough to move supplies. Enough to fuel this pattern. He nodded. Yes, no one well trained then, I expect. No, Darvendra agreed. No one truly first-rate gets on-world and stays invisible for long. Not past Ward's paranoia. But washed-up contractors? Local remnants on-world? Salvage pilots? Angry people with enough skill to stand up a stolen machine and make it someone else's problem? That is plausible. She doesn't need excellence, Darvendra said. She needs volatility. That, at last, brought a thin line of grim approval to Schneider's mouth. Good, he said. You are thinking clearly. I'd rather not be. So would many of us. He looked back down at the files, then up again. One more thing. Yes? If she can tie Crescent and Cross assets, former or current, visibly to this insurgent campaign, she does not merely weaken recovery. She compromises us. Darvendra's stomach tightened. Yes. If she can make us look compromised, Schneider continued, then she does not need to defeat the First Lord. She only needs to make him appear to have chosen the wrong allies. That was the worst version of it. Because it was true. Darvendra sank back into her chair. The packet on her desk suddenly felt less like a clue and more like a fuse. Outside, a siren passed somewhere below, then was gone. She stared at the serial branch she'd been tracing and, before she could stop herself, thought of Ward's voice on the line. You should be careful. The media knows you are close to my administration. At the time, she had heard flirtation. There had been that, yes. But now, for the first time, she could also hear warning. He knew, she said quietly. Schneider looked up. What? Darvendra hesitated. She did not know where the packet had come from. She did not know who had sent it. But she knew, with the strange certainty that came from spending too much time orbiting a difficult man, that Alaric Ward had likely seen this shape before she had. Not this specific thread, perhaps, but its outline, its intention, the way danger curved before it struck. And if the packet had come from him, No, that was another problem. Later, preferably never. He warned me the on-world resistance was running out of places to go, she said. That it would make them reckless. I thought he meant theatrics, public violence, pressure. Schneider was silent. I didn't think it meant us. It was the first time she had said it aloud. Not just Ward, not just his people, not just the administration. Crescent and Cross itself could be a target now. Not because it was military, because it was trusted, because it moved things, because people believed it when it said, "We are here to help," because even past all that, Liu had a vendetta. If that trust cracked, no. She shut the thought down before it could fully unfold. Schneider watched her for a long moment. Will you tell him? There it was. Davendra looked at the files again. If she went to Ward now, this became military. Command, force, containment, surveillance, an answer in his language. If she kept it within Crescent and Cross a little longer, it remained hers. Civilian, institutional, potentially slower, potentially more dangerous. She thought of Qin Liu, of boardrooms of accusations, of what war turned people into when they decided their hatred was principle, when they hated the regime more than they cared for the innocent. And then of Alaric Ward in a command room, composed while the world tried to throw fire at him. I don't know, she said honestly. Schneider accepted that. Then no by morning. He looked once more at the ghosted serial on his screen. I will start tracing the old release architecture from our side. Quietly. I will close the gaps. Thank you. He inclined his head. And Dr. Elstone? She looked up. This is not your failure alone. The kindness of it, because it was so restrained, nearly undid her more than sympathy would have. Davendra nodded once. Understood. The call ended. The office went quiet. She sat there with the city moving outside the glass and the packet spread across her desk like a post-mortem for choices no one had realised were still alive. After a moment, Davendra reached for her noteputer, opened a fresh private file and labelled it simply Liu. Then she began to work. Right, I will carry on reading in just a moment. I need a sip of tea, and to check none of the messages coming in are telling me to get off the channel, even though they probably should.
You don't know that.
I'm not being told to get off the channel. You guys are stuck with me. We will carry on. It was late by the time she decided to go home. For almost an hour after the call with Schneider ended, she remained in her office with the city darkening beyond the glass and the packet spread across her desk like a quiet accusation. Files remained open. Queries stacked in one corner of her screen. A half-finished draft of the North American Oversight Team blinked patiently at her and received nothing in return. At some point, the traffic below had shifted from evening flow to night movement. Less private vehicles, only overnight freight. The city breathing out after another day finding a new normal. Eventually, because there was nothing more she could do from her desk that would not become repetition disguised as labour, she shut down the screens one by one, sealed the packet in her satchel, and went home. The apartment was quiet when she entered. Not peaceful, just quiet. Sebastian the ficus stood where he always did near the window, broad leaves lifted in his usual posture of stern botanical indifference. The room smelled faintly of paper, paint, and the city beyond the glass. Davendra set her bag down and stood for a moment with one hand still on the strap, staring into the dimness of the apartment as if the next decision might already be waiting in the furniture. Her first instinct was the cabinet. Something strong, something generous, something that would let the edges blur for one evening so she could stop hearing Schneider's voice saying, "Nothing here is broken. That is the problem." She looked towards the kitchen, then stopped herself. No, not tonight. This was no longer the sort of problem that could be softened with liquor, not if she wanted to keep that habit healthy. These issues would still be waiting in the morning, and worse than before if she met it with a dull head and borrowed courage. Davendra exhaled slowly. Sebastian predictably offered no opinion. "Don't look so pleased with yourself," she told him. He continued to be a ficus. Instead of the kitchen, she turned towards the side room. The miniature table was exactly as she had left it. The diorama still sprawled half-finished beneath the work lamp. Roads and rail, bits of terrain foam, tiny painted fencing, a crude processing yard not yet weathered properly, and the small cluster of battle mech she'd been arranging before irony had stopped being funny. There was the Savage Wolf. There was the little machine in Crescent and Cross white, with still absurdly posed over a fallen enemy with a pitchfork because, at the time, pettiness had felt like a harmless indulgence. Now the whole thing looked different. Not because the paint had changed, because she had. Devendra moved closer and stood over the scene with both hands braced on the table edge. For a while, she simply looked. At the Savage Wolf, at the CNC insignia she had painted on the smaller mech, at the little war she had frozen there in spite and amusement, as if turning everything into something tiny and manageable might somehow keep it from becoming real. She reached down and picked up the Savage Wolf first. The tiny letters were still there on one side. HB2C. Sooner see you blow up before I kiss you, asshole. That had been funny once. Now she held the miniature in one hand and felt, with perfect clarity, that the joke had curdled into something else entirely. This was not symbolic irritation anymore. This was possibility. Crescent and Cross assets turned. Qin Liu gone to ground. Insurgents bold enough to keep pushing because they believed the world was still soft enough to bruise if pressed in the right places. And Ward had seen more of it than he had told her. Of course he had. Devendra sat down. Then, with exaggerated calm, she reached for a solvent and cloth, uncapped it, and began to scrub the tiny painted letters from the Savage Wolf's flank. It took longer than she expected. The paint clung stubbornly in the grooves, requiring care she was not in the mood to give it, and yet gave anyway. Bit by bit, the joke disappeared beneath her hand until the mech was only itself again. Still a machine of war, still too elegant for what it was, but no longer marked with her private little spite. When she was done, she set it down. Not where it had been. This time she moved the Savage Wolf to the centre of the scene and straightened the other mechs around it into clean rows. No more collapsed posture. No more mockery. No little triumphant medical mech with its ridiculous pitchfork victory. She picked that one up next, turned it over in her fingers, looked at the tiny Crescent and Cross logo she had painted on its side. For one dangerous second she considered stripping that too. Then she stopped. No, that one stayed. Because that was the whole point, wasn't it? Crescent and Cross did not vanish because someone had twisted its old permissions into weapons. It did not become smaller because Qin Liu had chosen to use the organisation's blind spots to continue feeding war. And it certainly did not step aside because the First Lord of the Star League was proving, with increasing irritation, to be more right than she wanted. Devendra set the little white-painted mech down too, this time upright, facing forward. Then she adjusted the rest of the diorama until nothing in it looked accidental anymore. The field, the road, the machines, the tiny balance of power she had once treated like a joke. When she leaned back at last, the scene was neat, orderly, not peaceful, but honest. She looked towards the window, then at Sebastian, then back at the table. "I know what to do," she said. The words were quiet, not dramatic, not triumphant, just true. Sebastian, who had contributed nothing practical to the process, nevertheless looked as though he had expected this outcome from the start. Devendra narrowed her eyes at him. "If you become smug," she said, "I will put you in the hall." She sat there a while longer in the work lamp's small circle of light, looking at the stripped Savage Wolf, the Crescent and Cross mech, the rows now arranged with intention instead of impulse, and felt something in herself settle. Not comfort, not certainty, something harder, purpose perhaps. At last she rose, turned off the lamp and carried the packet from her satchel to the bedroom desk. Tomorrow then. Tomorrow she would act. Tonight she would sleep if she could, and if she could not, she would at least lie still and stop pretending this was a problem for someone else to solve. As she passed the kitchen on the way to bed, the unopened bottle in the cabinet caught a ribbon of light from the hall. She looked at it, then kept walking. Behind her, in the dark side room, the tiny machines waited in their new formation, while outside the window, the city went on moving through the night, not yet knowing what was coming. And that is the end of 14, which was unfortunately a pretty sensible chapter because it needed to be to move the plot along. Let's see what chat has had to say. How are you doing, Victor?
Yes, John. Yes, John. Screw Wilson, we stand Sebastian. Oh, it is good. It is reasonable. It's great.
Pointing out the Red Cross, Red Crescent age organisation that exists now. Yep, so that's partly what I was kind of digging at with my fourth wall breaking ranting in the opening sections, is it's so clear that the author is thinking Red Cross, but you can't just insert the Red Cross into things. They get very upset about that. And if you're not able to use the Red Cross, it is of my opinion that if you're implying a aid organisation of any kind and you can't use the actual Red Cross, be creative, make up something new. Make it interesting. So it's not just that the company is being very deliberately non-governmental and non-denominational, even if we're talking, not religions, but also, non-organizational to real-world organization. Come up with something unique. It is what I feel should have happened there. Okay, let's see what else people have had. This is probably... Yeah, being very aggressive in not allowing their trademarks to appear. Yes. And because that's a known thing, be inventive. Make something unique. And Persona Freak still seems to be enjoying themselves.
I will point out that someone here is probably noticing that we are having fun with what's going on.
Fun is important.
Be aware. No, please be aware. We are having fun. You are, well, not in danger, but definitely, do be taking that into account. How dare you?
Indeed. Fun is verboten. How dare you? Especially with terrible literature. Getting late, time for me to head bedwards. I hope you sleep well, Wilf. If you haven't already grabbed it, the PDF is in the Discord if you wish to read more. And the VOD will be available when this is done if you wish to hear more of my stupid voice. The problem is that it's not finished and can't read it all right now. This or something else. I am not necessarily following, but that is okay. Shall we read more? Shall we read more, yes. Chat? Shall we do that thing? Shall we move to chapter 15, which is... This was also not an email. And hopefully might have some more funny moments in it. I can't remember, because last month has just become a blur of trauma inside my head at this point. Tired German says, I gotta get going. It's midnight here. Go to bed, Tired German. Sleep well and try not to dream of mechs and romance. And for anyone who has turned up in the last sort of 15-20 minutes and is like, where's BB? Why is this idiocy happening? Unfortunately, we do not have BB this week. She has some other things she needs to see to, so you're kind of stuck with me at the moment. But I will eventually get out of here, I promise.
Eventually. In the fullness of time.
Yes. For now, though, we're going to read chapter 15. This was also not an email. Court of the Star League. In this chapter, I will actually allude to the entire Star League existing, at least slightly. You are welcome. Unity City, North America, Terra, the Carganate, 31st of August, 3151, or 1430 hours. The meeting had already gone on too long. Alaric Ward stood at the head of the conference table beneath the polished stone relief of an empire that had once believed itself eternal and now seemed content to be useful as architecture. Around him, the noble representatives of several interested powers occupied their places on the wide screens and in the room itself with the elaborate poise of people who had mistaken distance for leverage. One of them had just asked, for the third time in slightly altered language, whether Clan Wolf intended to support an edict regarding tariff relief and military access provisions in a disputed corridor 2 jumps from anywhere Ward currently cared about. Ward folded his hands behind his back. That, he said, is not a concern of Clan Wolf. The noble on the screen blinked. A slight intake of breath moved around the table. Not fear, adjustment, resentment. Ward continued, voice level. It is a concern of the Star League, all of us, and the Star League shall answer it as needed. He watched the line land. That was the trick with this sort of negotiation. People wanted hierarchy when it favoured them, and plurality when it protected them. Give them just enough of both, and they left feeling heard rather than handled, which was ideal because they had, in fact, been handled, straight into a non-answer. The noble in question inclined his head, mollified by the implication that he was now part of a larger, meaningful political body, rather than simply petitioning the Conqueror of Terror to please stop moving pieces without announcing it in triplicate. Of course, First Lord. Across the desk, Chance Vickers sat with one ankle over the other, datapad angled just low enough to be polite and just high enough that he could see the density of open channels layered beneath the current discussion. She was doing 3 things at once. Monitoring the Noble meeting, tracking insurgent activity in 2 districts, reviewing clan readiness reports from worlds very far from Terra and still somehow irritatingly relevant to it. Ward approved. He also intended to end the meeting in under 2 minutes. A representative from another delegation began speaking, this one with the strained courtesy of a woman trying to suggest concern while actually measuring weakness. Ward listened, answered, redirected, offered nothing that did not serve him, and enough that she would leave the room believing she had extracted confirmation when in fact she'd received nuance. When the final screen winked dark, the conference room felt not so much quiet as uncluttered. Ward did not look up immediately. 2 of them think you conceded something. They are wrong. Af. Ward crossed back toward his desk. One wall display held insurgent activity overlays in the northwestern sectors. Another showed movement reports and readiness profiles not just for Terra, but for Wolf positions across the wider inner sphere. Supply flow, refit schedules, personnel availability. A government, a war machine, and a symbol of both, all laid out in clean lines and hostile colours. He looked at the nearest insurgent map. They are quieter today. In 2 districts, said Vickers. Noisier in 1. She flicked a report to the main display. A cluster of minor incidents rose in amber along a corridor of road and local utility recovery. Pressure against the restoration lines? Af. Ward nodded once. Expected. The insurgency on Terra had nowhere left to go but deeper, sharper or more desperate. He knew that. Davendra knew it too now, though she had arrived at the understanding from the opposite direction, and likely with considerably more concern for the souls of everyone involved. The thought stayed with him for a fraction too long. Vickers noticed, because of course she did. She shut the final meeting file, set the datapad flat and said, Your next appointment is with Dr. Elstone. Ward looked at the clock. On time. Naturally. He found, increasingly, that he expected her to be. In here? He asked. Vickers' expression did not shift, but there was the faintest trace of interest in the question itself. I can have the office cleared, she said, or you can see her in another room. Ward considered the walls, the screens, the maps, the data. Then the windows beyond, where the afternoon light had turned the memorial grounds outside almost indecently pleasant. He shook his head. I could use a walk. Vickers stood. I shall have security pull back to visual distance only. I said a walk, not a military operation. Yes, said Vickers, and I am compensating for your optimism. Ward ignored that and headed for the door. As he reached it, he added with studied neutrality, Colonel James will no doubt be with her. Vickers didn't even glance up. Of course he is. He drove her, I expect. Af? Ward exercised years of practice to keep any sort of smile off his face. Experience would indicate he will likely bring coffee. Vickers looked up at last and met his gaze. Her expression was the picture of cool serenity. For me, I expect. Ward said nothing. Vickers did not smile. That made it worse. Beneath the statue of Alexander Kerensky, the late afternoon light made the marble look even more self-righteous than usual. Davendra stood at its base with one hand loosely resting against the strap of her satchel, looking up at the carved figure with an expression caught somewhere between long familiarity and fresh irritation. Colonel James stood nearby with the patient air of a man who had been dragged into history against his will and had learned to really appreciate coffee about it. Ward slowed as he approached. Vickers and James...
We stopped to appreciate that. Yes, because...
I'm glad you like that line. Vickers and James, as if on some unspoken cue, peeled away from their respective charges and met beneath an oak tree. James handed over one of the cups he was carrying without a word. Neither looked back. Davendra lowered her gaze from Kerensky's stone face to the very real inconvenience of Alaric, striding towards her. First Lord. Doctor. Her dress today was practical enough to walk in, formal enough to satisfy the building, and chosen with exactly the kind of precision he might have expected after his unfortunate comment about heels. He noted this, and because he was occasionally capable of learning, decided not to mention it immediately. Instead, he came to a stop beside her and looked up at the statue. Familiarity seems to have brought no greater appreciation, I see. No. Good. I would have worried you were ill. She folded her arms. That's kind of you. Ward glanced towards James and Vickers. They were not looking directly at them, which meant they were both paying total attention. Of course they were. Shall we? He said. Davendra nodded once and fell into step beside him. They left the main path almost at once, taking one of the quieter routes through the memorial grounds behind the court of the Star League. Here, the geometry of government softened into older landscaping. Trimmed hedges, broad walks, mature trees, stone benches no one currently trusted enough to sit on for too long. The weather had chosen, for once, not to be dramatic. A light wind moved through the branches. Somewhere far enough off to be ignorable, city traffic continued its endless argument with itself. For a few moments they walked in silence. Then Davendra reached into her satchel and handed him a slim datapad. Ward took it without breaking stride. Inside were compiled images, serial references, authorization trails, and a short summary so clear it barely needed the evidence underneath. Kin Liu. Old Crescent and Cross vehicles. Legacy permissions. War recovery used as cover. Insurgency fed through systems no one had thought worth closing during the crisis. Ward read quickly, then slower, then handed the datapad back. You've moved fast. Someone had to. He looked ahead again. And? Davendra let out a breath through her nose. And she never really left North America, or if she did, it was only on paper. The relief vehicle release chain is technically legitimate. It's the worst of it. She didn't need break-in. She used things no one thought mattered right now. Old pathways, decommission routes, relief permissions that should have been irrelevant in the face of active recovery. Access not full on our books, but not fully removed from... assets not fully on our books, but not fully removed from them either. Ward nodded once. Yes. She looked at him sharply. That's all you have to say? She didn't. I think that reads better that way. There we go. That's all you have to say? It is enough to begin with. Davendra turned fully towards him for a step, before remembering they were walking and not, in fact, duelling. I thought you'd be angrier. I am. This is my furious face. That does not sound like anger. That is because anger is usually less useful than action. Being angry at you will likely not improve the situation. It would be wasteful and inefficient. He let the words rest for a second, then added, You did not come here to hear me curse your former director. No. Good. They walked on. Davendra looked ahead to the curve of the path, where the ground dipped briefly below low flowering hedges and then rose again towards a stand of old trees. I'm going to counter it publicly, she said. Ward waited. She's using old Crescent and Cross assets and legacy permissions because the old shape of the organisation still means something. So I'm taking the old shape away. That got his full attention. Davendra continued. A new logo, new branding, A formal statement of purpose from the next phase of recovery. Clear ethics, clear boundaries, local director control emphasised by region as Terra moves into stabilisation through the end of the year. She glanced at him. Crescent and Cross for you, wherever you are. Flexible local authority. Visible transition. If the public understands we are entering a new recovery phase, then old vehicles, old marks, old assumptions lose some of their weight. Ward considered that. It is sound. She almost smiled. I know. Why tell me? Davendra looked away at once, as if the answer had been waiting where she'd rather not face it. Because if she starts using the brand openly, or if your people find something connected to this before I finish the rollout, I want it to be clear where Crescent and Cross stands. At least until the end of the year. Then, it will be important we are just Crescent and Cross again, not an affiliate of any government. Ward let that sit between them for a few paces. She will. Davendra turned back. What? She will escalate, he said. She will make that connection. Your plan is good. It also narrows her options. The path carried them into shade. She has chosen conflict. If you take legitimacy, access and brand ambiguity away from her, she will not respond by reconsidering her life. Davendra's mouth thinned. No, I suppose not. Ward slowed just slightly, enough that she did too. She is likely to become more personal. Davendra frowned. In what way? He looked at her directly. You, potentially. That landed harder than she wanted it to. What do you mean? She asked after a moment. She already knew, but hearing it from someone else, that felt more real. Were I her, knowing all you have told me, I would blame you, or at least know I could make a statement through you, he said. She blames you for the director's chair, for the shift in Crescent and Cross, for North America, for every public image now tying recovery to the current administration instead of the collapse she hoped would follow conquest. He tilted his head slightly. Your home may not remain safe. Your routines may not remain private. Depending on how personally she takes this, you may find that distinction disappearing faster than you like. Defendra's first instinct was to dismiss it. Paranoia. Warlord logic. The same impulse that had put trackers on tractors and expected Atlas IIs behind every ornamental tree. But she thought of the open truck records, of old permissions used like knives, of the fact Kin Liu had lost everything directly to her, whether Davendra had meant to take any of it or not. And then, more quietly, of the fact that Ward did not sound theatrical now. He sounded worried. For her. That was somehow worse than if he had made it an order. Davendra looked down at the path. You genuinely think she'd come after me? Yes. That certainty in it made her stop walking. Ward did too. For a moment, neither of them said anything. A breeze moved through the trees overhead. Somewhere behind them, far enough away to feel like another world, James's low laugh carried briefly from where he and Vickers had evidently remained in place and in possession of caffeine. Davendra folded her arms, not for warmth, but because she suddenly needed to contain herself physically. This is becoming... She stopped. Unmanageable, said Ward. She looked up. Yes. He held her gaze. I warned you because you needed to hear it. I know. No, he said quietly. You did not. That should have annoyed her. Instead, absurdly, it steadied her. Because this was not him being superior, not really. This was him standing exactly where he had always stood, 3 moves ahead, watching the fire spread, and trying, in his own difficult way, to pull her out of the smoke before she realised she was in it. Davendra let out a breath. Fine, she said. He waited. I know now. A pause. Then, because there was no good reason not to say it, and every bad reason had already lost ground, thank you. The shift in his face was almost invisible. Almost. Then he said, very softly, You are welcome. The distance between them was not much. It became less. Ward did not take the last step. Davendra did. The kiss this time was not startled, not interrupted, and not eased forward by cider and stars and the fiction that this was somehow outside the world they inhabited. It was chosen, deliberate. She set one hand against the front of his coat, felt the warmth of him beneath the fabric, the terrible steadiness of him, and kissed him because she had spent too long pretending clarity only belonged to military men, and because she was tired of telling herself every honest thing in her life had to be logistical. When she drew back, it was only far enough to breathe. Ward's hand came to rest very carefully at her waist. Not possessive, not hesitant, just present. That was somehow more dangerous than the kiss. Davendra looked at him. "This," she said, and hated how unsteady her voice sounded, "does not simplify anything." "No." "Good." "That was not agreement." "So I inferred." She almost laughed. That was when she knew she was in trouble. Real trouble. The sort no amount of internal policy reform could cleanly solve. Ward's hand dropped away first. Not because he wanted it to. Because he was, despite all evidence, sometimes capable of discipline. "You should be cautious," he said. Davendra, still too aware of the warmth of him, frowned slightly. "That sounds like one of your usual standing orders." "It is not an order." "No?" "No." His gaze held hers. "It is advice from a man who has lived as long as he has by assuming every victory creates a new angle of attack." That landed differently. More quietly, more seriously. Ward continued. "If you move against Liu publicly, she will lose options. If she loses options, she will become reckless. And reckless people do not always distinguish between institutions and the faces they blame for them." Davendra's mouth thinned. "You really think she would come after me?" "Yes." No hesitation, no softening. The certainty of it made the air feel cooler. He went on, voice even. "You should be ready for anything. That is the only reason I am still alive." For a moment she said nothing. Because there it was, stripped of theatrics. Not paranoia for its own sake, not military posturing, not some domineering instinct dressed as concern. Just survival, a habit carved into bone. Davendra looked at him and, for perhaps the first time, understood that his vigilance was not merely part of what he was. It was the cost of remaining here. "Fine," she said softly. "I'll be careful." Ward inclined his head once. "Good." They resumed walking. By the time the path curved back toward the main grounds, both of them had enough composure restored to pass for functioning adults again, which was unfortunate but necessary. Ahead, James and Vickers stood where they had been left. James held an empty coffee cup in one hand and looked, from a distance, like a man who had spent the last 20 minutes engaged in either a deeply important discussion about strategic transport timings or a mutual exchange of gossip disguised as one. Vickers still held her datapad. James said something. Vickers' expression did not change. A second later, however, she reached over and took the empty cup from his hand without being asked, glanced into it, and said something low enough that Davendra could not hear. James answered. Vickers handed the cup back. The exchange was so dry and so seamless it was almost impossible not to suspect them of enjoying one another's company, which, Davendra reflected with a kind of exhausted horror, meant she'd become the sort of person who noticed these things. Ward noticed where she was looking. He said nothing, which, in this case, was almost kind. James saw them first as they approached and straightened with the expression of someone pretending to be professionally neutral at very short notice. "Doctor," he said. "Colonel." Vickers inclined her head to Ward. "My Ilkhan." "Sarkhan." Davendra adjusted the strap of her satchel on her shoulder and discovered that carrying new conviction, private fear, professional strategy, and the memory of a chosen kiss all at once was remarkably similar to hauling a bag of wet stone uphill. James looked at her once. Just once. Then at Ward. Then, with all the subtlety of a man who had once served in armoured defence and had learned to preserve his own life by not asking certain questions too early, he said, "Shall we be going?" "Yes," said Davendra at once. They parted there. Ward did not stop her. did not call after her, did not make the moment larger than it already was, which was wise. By the time Davendra got back into James's car and the court of the Star League began to fall away behind them, the full weight of what she had just learned, and what she had just done, had finally begun to settle. Kin Liu was almost certainly still in the area. She had likely turned Old Crescent and Cross pathways into active insurgent arteries. Ward had known enough to worry for her safety before she had fully understood why. And now there was no honest way to pretend whatever lay between her and the First Lord of the Star League remained hypothetical. James drove in silence for several long moments. Then, very carefully, he said, "You look as though the meeting was productive." Davendra turned her head slowly towards him. He kept his eyes on the road. "Do not," she said. "Noted." Another pause. Then, because apparently the day had not yet exhausted its supply of indignities, James added, "Should I at least assume this will complicate your week?" Davendra closed her eyes. "Yes." James nodded once, as if this confirmed several private theories and one scheduling concern. Outside the window, Unity City moved towards evening. Inside the car, Davendra sat with her hands clasped tightly in her lap and stared ahead, feeling every new realization settle onto her shoulders one by one like carefully placed weights. This, she thought, had become far more serious than she had ever meant it to be, and a new normal seemed further away than ever. And that is chapter 15. How are we doing?
That was excellent. I, however, will bid you adieu. Chat.
That is completely fair. I hope you have good sleep. Please do not dream about terrible romance nonsense. And we will see how far we go from here.
You guys keep watch. Make sure that doesn't, I don't know, commit to 17 extra projects while I'm gone.
I don't have time for 17 extra projects. I already sketched three posters this morning, and I've got like 30 more to do.
I am aware. This, however, the lack of time does not stop you from committing to new and exciting ideas.
Yeah.
I'm asking Chat to take the blame when you do. Inevitably.
Of course, it's Chat's fault.
Commitments. Exactly. I'm just I am being Saka and Vickers here. Okay? To your wildlike optimism.
Go to bed, Lictor. Sleep well.
I will.
And we will do our best to hold down the fort here. Good night.
Good night.
Alrighty. Let me catch up with the chat and what you guys have been saying. Oh shit, it's live audiobook goodness. It's me reading nonsense I wrote last month, yes. Do what you will with strange British lady voice. Hopefully you enjoy your time here and the silliness we are up to. Can we pay for having a shirtless Atlas now? Yes, yeah, we can probably make a shirtless Atlas, why not? For people who don't know how politics in the inner sphere works, they are surprisingly efficient at it. Yeah. I wasn't down for the whole inefficient thing that the original book had going, because the thing is, if you pop over to Sana and read up the write-up on Alaric Ward, he's not new to the inner sphere at the moment he decides to conquer Terra. In his youth, he spent time around inner sphere nobles. The man does actually have some inkling of what's going on and what he's doing, and I wasn't willing to just make him Captain McClanner, the clansman, because it just doesn't make sense, and it also didn't make the book better. So yes, Ward has some idea of how to handle people. This has been a reference to the hot coffee mod all along. Yes, and the references to coffee will continue. I did want to sort of put that in so that if people ever go back and reread it, they're like, oh yeah, this is where you started dropping the whole coffee reinforcement. You started dropping coffee reinforcement this early. Yes, I did. It's like the parents dropping off the kids for a play date. It's exactly that. That's the exact tone I wanted to go for. Chance and Vickers are just like, yeah, just let them get on with it. Yes, these are our two idiots. They're going to go and have a play date over there, and we're going to have coffee. Doctor Who says, I love how real that relationship felt. I hope so. I don't know how real I got it and how genuine the moments between them feel, but I wanted the moments where they do have these sort of little intimacies to feel earned and not like they just come out of nowhere, because unfortunately that was what happened in the original, is that Darvendra and Alaric just annoy each other and then occasionally have sex. And no, I wasn't doing that. Telling you right now, Red, this is worth its weight in gold. I don't know about that, but I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. I feel like I can describe Vickers in one word. Stoic. Yes. I mean, willing to smother Devlin Stone with a pillow. I was going to make her at least, you know, a stoic and relatable and enjoyable character. I think she's in the top 3 for favourite characters in this. You know, for me to write and enjoy and etc. We need to get an atlas, some amazing black pants, and a great top hat. We could probably do that at some point. Reinforced coffees, BV10. Look, it felt more genuine than the contrived nonsense that was the original book. Yes, I mean, then ultimately that's what I was going for, was take what the original book had and then try and, you know, improve on what was there. Because ultimately this is a commentary on how I perceive literature and literary tropes and techniques. Lady Red, did you ever hear a character named Andrew Laffolay from the Honorverse by Weber has exactly the same type of... I have not, no, but that sounds very interesting. If there's somewhere I can read more, by all means DM me on Discord. You can find me as the Lady Red in the auxiliary Discord. If you're in there, just drop me a DM and I'll be happy to read more. That sounds cool. She was the one that smothered him because Alaric the test tube incest baby chickened out. And he got his fifis hurt. You can't be big strong manly man when you've just had your fifis hurt. Feels over reals, man. And, you know, otherwise why bother having minions? Tea is good. That one is finally going cold, though. The thermos battled valiantly, but it cannot keep up with this nonsense. Alrighty. Would you guys like some more? I feel like I have at least another chapter in me, if you guys would like me to continue. Yeah, he for real, yes. Feel for real. That was an audio clip. How dare you? Oh dear. Sounds like that tea needs to go in the microwave. Alas, it cannot. It's in a metal-lined thermos. It cannot go in the microwave, so we don't need to have terrible conversations about crimes against tea. All right. What do you think, chat? Shall we do another chapter? I leave it in your hands. You've already had to put up with me for more hours than normal. I am willing to accede to the will of chat. Yes, all the chapters. I'm having a great time. Keep going. Alrighty. I hear you, chat. I will do as instructed. We will keep going. I do have more voice in me, for certain. Throat Coat Tea is amazing. I also don't have a co-host, but that's okay because I'm mostly just reading this week. Lictor is a fantastic... In fact, I should remove Lictor because our... skeletal robot, totally a real person with 3 hats, has been sensible and gone to bed. So we will let Lictor go to bed. There we go. Lictor is great for Shoal because I need that input, etc. But if I'm just reading, that is okay. I don't want to drag people into doing things unnecessarily. You can keep going, but I may disappear for a bit to watch the dropship splashdown after its moon trip. That is valid. Please do. Please absolutely do that if you would like to. It's super cool that we have done that, and Artemis Project is amazing. We have no plans and time slots don't matter. Indeed, no BB today. Alrighty, let me get on with reading you guys some more. We are moving to Chapter 16. Chapter 16, The Only Warning. Crescent and Cross Global Relief Agency Headquarters. Gods, this heading doesn't get any less cumbersome with time. This is the 5th time I've written it out. Unity City, North America, Terra, the Cargonate, 17th September, 3151, 1100 hours. By the time the board convened, everyone already looked tired enough to be honest. It was one of the few advantages of prolonged crisis. After a certain threshold, panic lost the stamina to remain useful. Regional directors appeared on the conference screens from offices, field posts, relay hubs, and one vehicle that was almost certainly still moving despite the background blur being disguised as carefully as possible. Those physically present in Unity City carried the same signs of strain in person. Creased collars, overused voices, files opened too long, nerves smoothed only by necessity. On the main wall display, the newly approved Crescent and Cross branding rotation sat ready for release later in the week. Cleaner lines, refreshed insignia, a formal statement of purpose drafted for a new phase of recovery, all of it carefully worded to reinforce local flexibility, regional autonomy, and humanitarian continuity rather than political allegiance. Devendra stood at the head of the table and looked at the tired, clever, overworked people trying to hold a planetary recovery effort together while someone with intimate knowledge of their weak points kept prying at the seams. "Well," said Collier from Brisbane, with the air of a man who had long since accepted catastrophe as a scheduling factor, "it's official. She's being a bastard." Schneider did not even look up from his notes. "She is being strategic," he said. "Do not cheapen the assessment." "She can be both." "That is unfortunately true." Devendra exhaled through her nose. Since Schneider had closed the very last of Liu's surviving procedural loops 2 days earlier, revoked every legacy route they could identify, cross-locked archival permissions, shut down the obscure relief pathways Kin had left open like buried utility lines, the insurgent pressure had shifted almost immediately. Not towards Clan Wolf. Towards them. Crescent and Cross transit support, local field depots, recovery lines, outreach teams, community coordination centres. Not full assaults, not enough to break the organisation, just enough harassment, misdirection, intimidation and targeted disruption to make every day a little harder and every success a little more expensive. "She knows exactly how we work," said one of the European recovery heads. "Not just the systems, the instincts, which offices will try to solve a problem quietly, which field coordinators will reroute rather than escalate, which regional teams will assume they are isolated anomalies." "Because she built some of those instincts," Devendra said. No one argued. That was the worst part of all this. Kin Liu had not simply turned against the organisation. She had taken her understanding of it, its habits, its blind spots, its urgencies, and sharpened them into tools. The South American director shifted on screen. "We've handled most of the disruptions," she said. "Mostly because we had warning and because the local teams were told to expect escalation once the old authorizations were shut." Devendra nodded once. "But..." The woman's mouth tightened. "But this will keep spreading unless she is stopped." There it was. Not a revelation. Just the shape of the truth stated plainly. Devendra rested both hands against the table's edge. "I know." Collier leaned towards his camera. "No offence, Doctor, but I'd say we're a bit past the stage where you saying that makes me feel better." "None taken." He sat back again. We've got district reps in the south asking why they're suddenly spending more time protecting shipments and branding transitions than actually doing relief. And they're right to ask it. This isn't what Crescent and Cross is for." "No," said Devendra quietly. "It isn't." For a moment, the room went still. She looked around the table, at the people who had signed on to feed, move, heal, rebuild, coordinate and endure. Not to fight a war of institutional attrition with a former director who had decided stability itself was surrender. "I feel," she said, "like we're now having our own war against Director Liu." No one interrupted. This is not what this organisation should be spending its time doing. James, standing against the wall near the door with his usual infuriating stillness, spoke before anyone else could fill the silence with sympathy. "The insurgents are not giving you another option." Devendra looked over. He met her gaze without apology. It was not cruelty which made it more useful. She straightened. "No," she said, "they aren't." The room reset around that. Not emotionally, operationally. Good. Devendra turned back to the board. The branding package goes out this week, she said. That buys us narrative separation from the older assets and legacy marks. It gives local divisions language to use when they're challenged, and it gives the public something new to anchor to. Schneider finally looked up. It also draws a line. Yes. And lines make targeting easier. Yes. A pause. Proceed anyway, he said. That, more than enthusiasm, felt like support. Devendra nodded. We proceed anyway. The discussion turned practical after that. Local mitigation measures, routing redundancies, public statements timed to the rollout, how much to say, how little to say, what not to dignify, which regions needed security liaison and which merely needed discretion and a longer memory. By the time the meeting ended, everyone had more to do and less room in which to resent it. In other words, a successful board session. The screens winked dark one by one. Collier was last, because of course he was. Try not to let anyone murder you over the logo launch, he said. Devendra gave him a look. I'll add it to my planner. He nodded solemnly. Good. Colour code it. Then he vanished too. The room fell quiet. James pushed off from the wall and approached the table. You handled that well. Devendra rubbed one hand over her mouth. That's not the same as saying it's good. No. She looked towards the dark screens. I hate that this is where we are. James considered that. Then, in the mild tone of a man who had survived entire military hierarchies by choosing exactly when to blunt, said, You can hate the terrain and still have to cross it. Devendra let out a long breath. Did someone teach you to be unbearable, or did it develop naturally? Oh, naturally, said James. I had talent. Despite everything, she smiled. Only briefly. Then it was gone again. The city felt wrong by the time she left. Not empty, not dangerous in any obvious way. Wrong. Devendra walked the first block with her satchel close under one arm and her coat buttoned despite the evening not being especially cold, trying very hard not to look like someone who had spent the day discussing insurgent pressure against her organisation and then left work alone because, technically, adults were allowed to make poor risk assessments all the time. Traffic moved. People moved. Lights shifted in windows and storefront glass and in puddles left by a maintenance flush earlier in the afternoon. Normal. Almost aggressively so. She crossed at a light she barely remembered waiting for and heard footsteps behind her. Not close, not rushing, just there. She kept walking. At the next corner, she slowed slightly to check the reflection in a darkened display window without fully turning her head. A figure, perhaps, or only another pedestrian with the misfortune to be sharing a route and a pace. Devendra kept going. Her pulse did not ask permission to quicken. It just did, all by itself. By the time she reached the next intersection, she was annoyed with herself. This, she thought, is exactly how it happens. One pattern too many. One warning too well delivered. One difficult man in a command office saying you should be ready for anything in the kind of voice that stuck under your skin and made ordinary shadows feel newly opinionated. She changed direction and took a less direct route home. Paused at a corner kiosk she had no interest in and pretended to examine bottled water while checking the angled reflection in the chilled display. No one obvious, no repeated face, no dramatic coat collar, no lurking assassin trying very hard to look like an accountant. Devendra paid for a water she did not want and continued on. By the time she reached her apartment block, she was halfway convinced she had talked herself into feeling followed because she had spent way too much time around Alaric Ward and was now slowly developing his worst habits by proximity. Which, she thought while climbing the stairs from the lobby, was perhaps the most humiliating possibility of all. Excellent, she muttered to herself. I finally understand how we ended up like this. I have contracted paranoia. She unlocked her apartment door, stepped inside, and knew at once that she had been wrong. The air was different. Not dramatically, nothing cinematic, no overturned furniture, no obvious mess. Just wrong. She froze in the entryway, then turned her head. Sebastian's room, Or rather, the small side room where Sebastian the Ficus stood in leafy judgment beside the miniature table was visible from the hall. Its window was open. Devendra stared. She had not left it open. She was certain of that in the hard, instant way one becomes certain only when certainty is suddenly all one has. Very slowly, she set her satchel down by the door and moved toward the room. Nothing else looked to touch. The miniature table remained exactly as she had left it. The mechs in their neat lines, the savage wolf stripped clean of its old joke, the little CNC mech upright and waiting. And on the table, laid with such deliberate care it might as well have been a flower arrangement, sat a folded note. Unsigned, plain. Devendra picked it up, opened it, read the single line. "Step down. This is the only warning you'll get." For a long moment she simply stood there with the note in her hand and the open window behind it like an accusation. Then she looked at Sebastian. The ficus, unhelpfully, appeared to have witnessed everything without intervening. "That," she said to him very quietly, "is not ideal." Her voice sounded strange, too controlled, too thin. Not fear exactly, something colder, because now Ward's warning had shape. Not theory, not possibility, not military instinct dressed as concern. Shape. Devendra read the note again, then folded it once, precisely, and set it down beside the miniatures. No drink tonight either. No illusion that she was overreacting. She crossed to the comm unit and looked at the time. It was late. Too late. This would have to wait until morning. By 9 the next day, she had already failed to leave the apartment twice. Once because she had reached for the front door and imagined, with nauseating clarity, someone using her routine, her credentials, or her visible access to the court of the Star League to do something very public and very unfortunate. The second time because she had realised she was listening for footsteps on the landing before she even touched the handle. So, when the comm line to Ward connected, she was standing in her kitchen, still in the clothes she had put on to go out and then not gone out in. The cheerful hold music dragged, but she barely heard any of it. Not until a gruff, crisp voice came on the line and threw any pleasantries out the window. She had never been more relieved to hear the voice of Alaric Ward in her life. "Elstone?" "We were supposed to meet this afternoon," she said. "Yes." "I don't think I should leave my apartment." The phone was silent for a beat. Then Ward's voice, flat and composed. "What happened?" Devendra looked towards the side room, where the open window had finally been closed, and the note now sat sealed in an envelope in an evidence sleeve on her table, because if she was going to become paranoid, she could at least do so competently. "I got a note last night." Silence. Not empty. Focused. "My window was open when I got home. There was a message waiting for me." "What did it say?" She swallowed. "Step down. This is the only warning you'll get." Another pause. Then, with the same clipped precision, "Come anyway." Devendra frowned. "I'm telling you, I don't think it's safe." "I'm telling you to come anyway," Ward said. "I'll send a ground car." That stopped her. Because of course he would not tell her to walk through fear and then leave her to improvise the logistics. He was already acting. When? "Be ready in 20. The line cut. Devendra stared at the comm unit for a moment, then let out one hard breath. Some part of her, traitorous, absurd, human, found itself hoping he would be in the car. That he would have done the very stupid thing, the reckless thing, the thing that would make no strategic sense and all of the emotional kind. Of course he would not. Alaric Ward was many things. He was not careless where her safety was concerned. That realisation too sat heavily. She collected the note, her satchel, her composure, and almost none of her peace. 22 minutes later, the Clan Wolf ground car arrived. Not his personal car. Not dramatic. No banners. No convoy this time, thank God. Just a dark, quiet vehicle with 2 wolf guards in front and enough armour under the clean exterior to make her feel, for the first time since last night, that she was safe. Ward was not inside. Of course not. Davendra hated the tiny, foolish dip of disappointment anyway. One of the guards opened the rear door for her without comment. She got in. The privacy glass slid up. The car moved. At first, she assumed they were headed for the court of the Star League. Then the route bent wrong. Different roads, different security patterns, different outskirts. By the time the perimeter lines came into view, she knew where they were going. Wolf Base. Davendra sat back in the seat and looked through the armoured glass towards the distant structures rising ahead. That, too, felt like a kind of answer. And that she wasn't insane for considering this serious. That was 16. Let's see. What has chat had to say? We are moon people again? Yes. All the poor techs crying in unison because they have to refit, repaint every single machine. Yes! Thankfully, for the most part, Crescent and Cross doesn't have, much in the way of mechs. Most of their stuff is relief vehicles. So, hopefully just, throw it through a garage. That's how it works in GTA, right? Such an Australian thing to say, and I'm American. I did try to bring a little bit of Australian feel to Collier's speech. That's why insurgents are more dangerous than any Spec Ops team. Yeah, I mean, if I've brought that across and the insurgents feel like they're actually something of a problem, that's good. I love James. I don't know where you pulled the inspiration from, but he feels like a guy I served with. A lot of my family have had military, long backgrounds in military. Aiden's family as well. So I've spent a lot of time around military people growing up and through my life, even if I've never really been one myself. So maybe it's just that distilled. Is she being stealthily followed by over 400 agents? No, thank God. This is not Empress Teresa. 20 minutes, hell of a response time? Yes, yeah. I'm not sure if that time frame makes sense, actually. It should probably be longer, considering... Well, no, he sent a car for her. The car doesn't have to have come from Wolf Base. So, yeah, I think 20 minutes is still fine. The vehicles just use vinyl clings on them by now. See? Nice and easy. Just drive through a garage, come out the other side. GTA style. It's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Alrighty, let us do another chapter, because it is coming up for 4. We've got another hour. Aiden isn't home yet, and I'm insane, so let's do another. Maybe find some more funny moments. I can't remember where it gets funny again. Chapter 17. Not part of the landscaping. Clan Wolf Base. This chapter would really benefit from any of us, including me, having any idea what this base looks like in layout. Alas, we are stuck in a comedy romance. I only had 1 month to do a whole rewrite, and guess what isn't getting done? Outside Unity City, North America, Terra, the Carganate, 18th of September, 3151, 10:15 hours. The first thing Davendra saw when the ground car rolled through the inner perimeter of Wolf Base was the Atlas II. Or at least what remained of it. Clan Wolf, in what she could only describe as a triumph of practical pettiness, had not yet fully removed the wreck from the administrative side of the base. The machine had been hauled off the parade ground, stripped of anything immediately useful, and deposited near one of the outer engineering bays like a monument to poor decisions. It lay half disassembled and wholly undignified beneath a work gantry, its torso opened to the air, one arm removed, one leg braced on blocks. The ornamental trees were still there. Not all of them, just enough. Someone had apparently replanted 2 of the movable parade planters around the wreckage, as if to preserve the joke for future generations. One of the battered ceremonial banners remained tangled around a shoulder hardpoint. Across the exposed torso plating, in fresh industrial stencil paint, someone had added, "Not part of the landscaping." Davendra stared through the car window for 1 full second. Then another. Then, despite everything, laughed. Not a graceful laugh, not dignified. A short, barked sound of pure disbelief. The guard in the front seat did not react, which somehow made it funnier. As the car rolled past, she caught one last detail. a pair of technicians arguing at the machine's base, while a third stood on the Atlas's collapsed shin and used its knee housing as a makeshift paperwork shelf. Good, she thought. Excellent. Wonderful. The rule of the Star League apparently governed from a military base that had chosen spiteful installation art as a coping mechanism. By the time the car stopped outside the command wing, her pulse had eased a fraction from where it had been since the note. Not because she felt back to normal levels of safe, because for one stupid, lovely second, the world had remembered how to be ridiculous. The command office itself was the opposite. Davendra stepped inside and immediately felt the scale of what Ward had been holding back from her. The room was not grand, exactly. It was worse than grand. It was useful. Wall-sized tactical displays tracked insurgent activity in layered clusters across North America and beyond. Another screen held shipping and repair routes. Another showed military readiness and deployment schedules not just on Terra, but across the wider inner sphere. Several more flickered between feeds, reports, route overlays, readiness tables, public relations windows, and quiet little corners of information she could not even begin to decode at a glance. The breadth of it made her stop. This was not one man keeping an eye on a few local crises. This was someone trying to hold a world in one hand and a political order in the other, while both attempted to wriggle free. Ward stood at the central table in rolled shirt sleeves, one hand braced near a cluster of open reports. Vickers was to one side with her datapad, speaking quietly to an aide who had vanished the moment Davendra entered. Speaking quietly to an aide who vanished the moment Davendra entered. Ward looked up. Dr. Elstone. She closed the door behind her. First Lord. He studied her for a beat. You look tired. I was threatened in my own apartment. Yes, that tends to disrupt sleep. There was no softness in the line, but no mockery either. For Ward, that was Tuesday. Davendra crossed the room slowly, taking in the displays as she went. You have all this up all the time? No, said Vickers dryly. Sometimes we dim the lights for atmosphere. Ward ignored that. When there is cause. Davendra stopped beside the nearest tactical screen. The northwestern region was alive with markers. Known cells, suspected safe routes, transit pressure points, intercepts. The amount of pattern recognition represented in those neat lines and grouped colours was staggering. So you knew more than you told me? Yes. She turned. And the truck? Ward picked up a slim file packet from the table and handed it to her. She opened it. Inside was a clearer, fuller version of the material that had been dropped anonymously at Crescent and Cross headquarters. Better stills, pursuit telemetry, recovery notes, a line of internal observation she would never have gotten through ordinary civilian channels. Her eyes moved once over the pages, then lifted to him. It was from you. Yes. Why didn't you tell me? Ward's expression remained infuriatingly level. You dislike the use of force over lives. That was not the answer, and they both knew it. Davendra folded the packet once against her palm. That did not stop you from sending it. No. He came around the table and stopped at the opposite side of it, close enough that she had to choose very deliberately not to think about the last time he had stood near her, and kissed her into breathless silence on a path beneath old trees. And, he added, quieter now, I had chosen to trust you. The line landed harder than she expected. Ward continued. It was tactically and socially correct to allow you to handle this at your level before I made decisions at mine. He lifted his hand just slightly. Vickers says you are a terrible influence on me. Davendra looked over at the Sarkhan. Vickers did not deny it. The attacks on and around Unity City, particularly at Desgra, bordering on blasphemous. Ideally, we would be pursuing Miss Liu immediately and with extreme prejudice. The First Lord has elected to be more patient. I blame you. Davendra looked back to Ward. She does? Do you? Yes. That somehow made her want to laugh and shake him both. She looked down at the packet in her hands instead. Well, she said, that seems mutual. Ward said nothing. He did not need to. Devendra stepped towards the central table and spread the packet open beside the nearest active reports. Off to one side, one of the replay screens was quietly cycling through the Founding Day reels again. Ward beneath banners, Terran dignitaries beneath tents, fields and cherries and trains, and all the edited assurance of a world trying to look whole. On screen, he once again accepted a basket of produce with the solemnity of a man conducting a military briefing with fruit. Devendra looked at it, and then at him, then back at the screen. "This is still absurd," she muttered. "Yes," said Ward, "but useful." She went through the packet in earnest after that, reading with increasing stillness. More nodes, more regional pressure, more unresolved disruption than she had realised. More signs that Ward had been fighting a wider, quieter war in the background while she wrestled with branding changes, board meetings, and Qin Liu's old permissions. When she finished, she set the final page down very carefully. "You've known for some time?" "Yes." "And you were just going to let me discover the scale of it in my own office?" "Yes. I already know my response. I merely made you aware of the ability to have one also." That should have infuriated her. Instead, it only made the weight of his trust, and the trust he'd withheld before that, feel more real. Because now she understood what level she had been invited to. No wonder it was exhausting. Ward waited until she had absorbed enough to think rather than simply react. Then he asked, "Your assessment?" Devendra took a breath. "Your itinerary." He did not blink. "For the rest of the year." That got Vickers' attention. Ward reached to one side, brought up a fresh sequence on the main display, and turned it towards her. "I'll be off-world from tomorrow for a month," he said. "Several systems need the illusion of direct management. Political reassurances, readiness reviews. One delegation that cannot be trusted to feel respected unless I waste oxygen on them personally. Now I no longer need to jump forces every time a ship cools down. I can afford to jump myself." Vickers said, 3 delegations. Ward ignored her. "I return in the 3rd week of October. I will be here for your Harvest Festival." The map shifted. Public schedules, political appearances, security overlays. "The intention," he said, "is another public restoration cycle on Terra, a parade of restored mechs, a renewed message that the planet is stable, functioning and ready to stand. Then local footage from Farmer Mercer's festival invitation to close the narrative that Terra is whole." Devendra watched the route pattern, the event timing, the visual sequence, the soft power strategy wrapped around military movement. And then she saw it, not in the lines themselves, in the absence around them. "The insurgents will use that time," she said slowly, "to start flying flags." Ward did not interrupt. "To sow discord, to attack key areas, to make the world look uneven and stretched while you're off-world." She looked up at him. "And they will attack your parade when you return." Ward nodded once. "That is my conclusion as well." Vickers crossed her arms. "The insurgency on Terra has nowhere left to go," she said. "It can only escalate or disband." Devendra stared at the route projections, the event markers, the polished shape of the PR campaign still trying to assert inevitability across the screens. "So far," she said, "disbanding seems unlikely." No one answered that. They did not need to. The room hummed softly with machines, reports, and distant activity from the base outside. On the Founding Day reel, Ward was once again shaking hands beneath a tent and pretending the universe had not attempted to embarrass him with an atlas hidden behind ornamental trees. Devendra looked from that image to the itinerary and finally understood the practical shape of the next month. Harvest Festival, a practical return, a parade, a culminating image of strength and restoration. And between now and then, Qin Liu and whatever she had built would either be stopped, or Ward would stop it himself once he returned. She looked up at him. "You're giving me a month." Ward's expression did not change. "I am giving you an opportunity." That is a very elegant way to phrase a threat. It is a very elegant situation. Devendra let out a breath she had not realised she was holding. 1 month. To track Liu. To contain the damage. To stop this before the First Lord of the Star League chose the military solution and turned the whole affair into one more cautionary tale about what happened to those who tried to embarrass Alaric Ward in public. She set the packet down and straightened. Then I'd better move quickly. Yes. The word was simple. Not cruel, not pressuring, just true. Devendra glanced once more around the office. The maps, the overlays, the thousands of moving parts he carried without letting the room feel frantic. And understood, maybe more fully than she wanted to, that this was what standing beside him actually meant. Not romance, not secrecy, not stolen moments under stars. Scale. Responsibility. The possibility of becoming visible enough to be dangerous simply by proximity. She collected the packet and slid it back into order. I'll need somewhere to stay for the duration. Ward's eyes shifted to hers. Not possessive, not hopeful, just aware. Colonel James, he said. Yes. Good. Devendra almost smiled despite herself. Try not to sound so pleased. I am not pleased. No. No? No. He paused a beat. I'm relieved. That landed somewhere under her ribs and stayed there. Vickers, to her credit, looked away and began closing channels as if she had suddenly remembered she had an empire to manage and no interest whatsoever in the emotional states of the people currently cluttering her command office. Devendra gathered the packet, squared her shoulders, and turned towards the door. A month. That was what she had. Outside, beyond the command office walls, mechanics were probably still using the Atlas II wreck as a workstation, and the insurgency was almost certainly already planning its next move. The city would keep moving. The reels would keep playing. Ward would leave Terra and return at the appointed time with banners, mechs, and expectation. And before that happened, she had to stop Qin Liu, or reconcile that overwhelming force would be the only option. Devendra paused with one hand on the door and looked back once. Ward was already returning his attention to the maps. Not dismissing her, not turning away, simply resuming the work that would continue with or without anyone's feelings about it. For one strange second, that steadied her more than comfort might had. Then she left to begin her own part of the war. For now, that would have to be enough. And that is chapter 17. How are we doing, chat? Let me scroll. No, not too far to scroll this time. Oh my god, wolves have a sense of humour. I mean, I tried to give them one. Wolves have competence. I see that as a good humour. That's fair enough. Yes, Battletech story, High Lord 83. We rewrote the Battletech romance because it was very bad, and we tried to make Alaric Ward more interesting. So, you know, some people have appreciated what I did with him. Other people, I'm sure, will just be like, no, still. That you can only polish a turd, but so far. And that is also fine. We're going to continue to make fun of the Stealth Atlas. Yes, we are going to find the Stealth Atlas hilarious forever. The Khan has had very good one-liners in this. I'm glad you feel that way. I'm glad, very, very glad they have come across as good one-liners. I did try to make him far more enjoyable than he was in previous iterations. And certainly more enjoyable than he was in the original version of this book. A polished turd is still a turd, correct. Correct. I have done what I can. Some people have walked away from this being like, God damn it, now I kind of actually like Alaric Ward and I wish he was like this. And other people have, you know, maintained their position. And both are fine. Both are fine. Did we have TK slide in and I did not notice? Hello, TK, if you are here. That is wonderful to see you. All right. I think I've got possibly one more chapter in me. Do we feel like one more chapter before we call it quits, chat? And then perhaps next week we finish the thing up. Or we do show. We'll figure it out. Sarah's, can you give me just a little bit longer, baby girl? Would that be okay with you? Just a little bit longer? Yes, I think we can do that. All right, let's do one more chapter and then we will call it. Chapter 18, because I seem to remember I put some funny stuff in here. And it should leave us in a decent place. Chapter 18. For organisational betrayal, please hold. Colonel James's house, Unity City, North America, Terra, the Cargonate. We are still here. We will continue to be here. Nothing in this book meaningfully changes any status quo, save for giving two characters who maybe don't entirely deserve it an excuse to kiss. Romance! Spoiler, no kissing in this chapter. You are welcome. 30th of September, 31:51, 21:10 hours. Colonel James's guest room had the unnerving cleanliness of a space maintained by a man who had once believed folded corners and polished surfaces might, in sufficient quantity, prevent disaster. They could not. Davendra had confirmed that by the second night. Now it was the 12th, the last day of September. October started tomorrow. Still, the bed was comfortable, the curtains were thick, the locks were good, and James had not once asked any of the questions she could see gathering behind his eyes like weather. For all of those mercies, she was genuinely grateful. She was also, at present, sitting on the edge of the guest bed in yesterday's trousers and a borrowed house sweater, trying to figure out how to reach Kin Liu, and talk her down from starting what would almost certainly become a final public catastrophe. The room was small, practical, and almost aggressively impersonal. A narrow wardrobe, a military plain dresser, one lamp, one chair, a side table, no Sebastian the Ficus, which she resented more than was reasonable. In his place was a small framed print of some naval engagement James had apparently once admired for its clarity of manoeuvre, which was not the same thing as emotional support, but was what she had. Her note pewter sat open on the bedspread before her. Every direct contact for Kin Liu was dead. Work comms disconnected. Personal line gone. Secondary line from old C&C regional records reassigned. Emergency contact node invalid. Apartment building records no current occupancy. Forwarding trace nothing useful. Davendra had spent the better part of the evening, and the 12 days prior, exhausting every legitimate avenue she could still justify to herself without waking half her organisation to ask whether any of them had seen their former director wandering around North America with an insurgency in her handbag. No luck. No response. No trace. Which meant, of course, that Liu was still behaving exactly as she always had. Decisively, competently, and with profound disrespect for anyone else's schedule. Davendra looked down at the final old internal contact number still listed in an archived personnel file and rubbed one hand over her face. The number was laughably outdated. Old Crescent and Cross internal services. Legacy routing originally intended for field offices that had once lacked proper uplink integration and later survived mostly because no one had the heart or the budget line to kill them outright. There was no reason at all this should work. So naturally it was the last one she tried. The line rang once. Twice. Then a chirpy, maddingly familiar automated voice came on. "Thank you for calling Crescent and Cross Global Relief," it said. "If this is a medical evacuation emergency, press 1. If this is a routing or supply issue, press 2. If this is a staffing concern, press 3. If this is an ethics or conduct complaint, press 4. Davendra sat up straighter. This was impossible. The menu continued. If this concerns asset reassignment during active disaster response, press 5. She stared. Then, after the briefest crackle of static, the voice changed. Not in quality, but in script, with all the bland courtesy of an old internal automation trying very hard not to imply that the world had gone wrong in ways its designers had never imagined. For organisational betrayal and ideological collapse, it said, "Please remain on the line." Davendra closed her eyes. "Oh, for God's sake!" The line clicked. Then another line opened. No greeting, no visual. Just breath and the faintest wash of distant machinery or traffic, or perhaps simply a very bad connection carrying too much consequence. When Kin Liu spoke, her voice was exactly as Davendra remembered it. Precise, cold, infuriatingly composed. "Hello, Davendra." Devendra sat very still in the guest room's yellow lamplight and felt, absurdly, almost relieved. Not because Kin had answered. Because after days of chasing shadows, at last there was a person to be angry at. Kin. I was wondering how long it would take you. I had hoped, Devendra said, that you had simply developed enough shame to disappear. Kin made a small sound that was not quite a laugh. No, you don't get that comfort. Devendra leaned forward, elbow on her knees. This stops now. All of this. It has to stop, Kin. And there she is, the tyrant's side piece. Kin, no, said Liu. You don't get to use that tone with me as though we are discussing a delayed budget transfer or a dispute over regional staffing. You chose your side. You paraded it all over the media. Now stand on it. Devendra's grip tightened on the edge of the noteputer. My side, she said carefully, is the side where people stop dying for ideals long enough to eat, rebuild and sleep indoors. There was a moment of silence. Then Liu said with terrible calm, Your side is the one that rolled over and handed terror to a clan overlord. There it was. Not revenge, not greed, not madness. Identity. Devendra had expected it. It still hit hard. Terror did not vanish because Ward took over, she said. Our culture didn't evaporate. People didn't cease to be themselves because the government changed again. No, said Kin. They simply became expected to accept his terms, his laws, his banners, his ritual, his version of order, and you, her voice sharpened, you helped make it look reasonable. Devendra stood. It was easier to argue standing. She crossed once to the window, then back, the guest room too small for meaningful pacing and too neat for fury. I helped stop the bleeding. You helped stabilise conquest. I helped prevent famine. You helped legitimise him. Devendra stopped by the narrow dresser and set one hand flat on its polished surface. Kin, listen to yourself. No, you listen to me. The old line crackled once, but Liu's voice held. Stone's terror wasn't perfect. I know that. I'm not stupid, but it was ours. Its failures were ours. Its compromises were ours. Its shape belonged to the people who had to live in it, not to some imported military theology in wolf banners. Not to genetic anomalies from beyond the stars that left terror when shit hit the fan once, and no doubt will do so again. Devendra let the words finish, then said more quietly than before, And what belongs to us now? Liu did not answer, so Devendra did. Hunger belongs to us now, she said. Burned roads, delayed relief, medical shortages where stolen units should have been. Regions slowed because someone decided old logos mattered more than actual lives. You think that's what this is about? I think, Devendra snapped, that those machines were meant to save people. Her voice rang too loud in the little room. She did not care. The agrimex, the industrial support, the reclaimed scrap, the relief vehicles. They were supposed to go back into rebuilding actual lives. And you stole them. I know you did it. You turned them into money, cover, leverage, and war. There was the faintest shift in Kin's breathing. Devendra pressed harder. What matters more to you, Kin? People's literal lives or the preservation of some static idea of culture that has never once existed in the way you pretend it has? Kin answered at once. Don't you dare. No, answer me. I don't need to defend terror to you. Then defend what you've done to it. That landed. Devendra could feel it, so she kept going. Terran culture was changing before Ward. It changed under Stone. It changed under the Blakists. It changed under Comstar. It changed before them. It will change after all of us too. Clan culture changes. House culture changes. Company culture changes. Every culture that stays alive changes because that's what living things do. Her voice dropped. Old structure doesn't work anymore. On the line, Kin went very quiet. New normal, Devendra said, is something I will fight for. Peace is worth adaptation. Reconciliation is worth compromise. The alternative is what? You go on stealing life back from the people trying to rebuild it until everyone is finally miserable enough to satisfy your principles? This has to stop, Kin, before anyone else gets hurt. When Kin spoke again, there was anger in it now. Not heat. Edge. You called this peace? Yes. You call kneeling peace? I call choosing not to let more people die for symbols peace. Liu inhaled sharply. You don't know what you're saying. I know exactly what I'm saying. Davendra stood in the middle of James's little guest room and thought, with sudden brutal clarity, of Ward saying that he would protect Terra, and of the roads moving, and of the orchards, and the traffic beneath her own apartment window before she had to leave it. Ward's government might not be a utopia. Stones had not been one. Nothing ever was. But one could still choose what kind of future to build from bad material. Kin, apparently, had chosen to keep burning. Davendra's voice steadied. Ward is not trying to eradicate Terran people. No, said Kin, only overwrite them. Some of what he's brought isn't evil. Some of what he's embraced is Terran. The line went very still. Then Kin laughed once, not kindly. Listen to yourself. I have. You sound like his creature. That hurt, which told Davendra exactly how aimed it was. She ignored it. You warned me once, Davendra said. Fine. Consider this mine. Stop now. Whatever you think this saves, whatever wound you think that keeps open in the right shape, it won't. You are turning relief into weaponry and calling it loyalty. We stitch wounds, Director Liu. We don't hold them open like the Dark Ages anymore. Kin's voice cooled all the way down. I warned you, Davendra. The use of her first name with no softening around it felt almost worse than the threat itself. You were told what stepping into that chair meant. You were told what standing beside him would mean. You were told there would be a cost. Davendra's hand tightened against the dresser again. And yet here you are, Kin spat. You made your bed. Yes. Silence held for just a moment. You are out of time to step down. Now you can lie in it. That moved something cold through Davendra's spine. Kin, my plans are already in motion. The line cut. No flourish, no static burst, no dramatic final threat. Just gone. Davendra stood there, holding the dead comlink for several seconds after it ended, listening to the faint hiss of nothing and the sound of her own pulse in the room. Then, very slowly, she set the note pewter down on the bed. The naval print on the wall offered up no useful strategic advice. There was no Sebastian to witness this one. No plant to glare at. No bottle she wanted. Just the little military guest room, too clean and too square and too temporary, and the certainty now that whatever happened next was no longer a matter of speculation. Liu was not going to stop. She had not answered like a woman seeking victory. She had answered like a woman who had already committed herself past recall. Davendra sat down on the edge of the bed and looked at the closed comm line. Well, she said into the silence. Then, because there was no one here to appreciate it, but perhaps she did anyway, that was significantly worse than customer service. She scrubbed both hands over her face, exhaled once, and then reached for her note pewter again. October then. Once Ward was back. No more guesses. No more wondering whether Liu might still turn back. She would go to Ward and ask to be included in the parade security briefing. And this time, she would not be coming to him with a question. She would be bringing him the shape of the disaster. And that is 18. We have 5 chapters left to go. How are we doing, chat? How are we doing? Slightly biased because I do like the clans, but I do see a glaring problem with the clans. I'm not saying that the Insphere does anything better. That's what I tried to say. Stay bipartisan. Yes. A beagle is mentioned. The pettings must be redeemed. Sarah, she must now be pet. Come here. Continuing to take the piss out of it. Yes, it will never get old. It will never get old. I felt that for God's sake in my bones. Yes. Anybody else want to smash the phone too? This is what we're talking about. This is a powerful female lead. Let's go. I'm glad you feel so. I'm glad you feel so. God help me, Lady Red. Squick and I are going over AV options for future shenanigans. Excellent. Excellent. This one has completely lost her mind. There's absolutely zero reasoning with her. Turn this over to Ward and get it over with. That is the plan. That is the plan. But I wanted to set up to why a former Relief Society director is a problem that needs a military response to actually feel like it. Or at least feel like the person on the other end has lost it enough without being just like comedically Saturday cartoon villain. Because in the original, she is just so... She comes back out of nowhere and is so comedically over the top in her villainy. You just can't take it seriously, but not in a fun way. So I wanted to give her, you know, a chance to have a good old ideological yell. Well, you've certainly made her choice, and now the die has been cast. Yeah. This is sort of our build up to the... This is the justification for the climactic scene that must go on to follow. What is she? She's been accused of many things. Night Owl was very annoyed last week when we were reading because the way I'd written Liu in that section was, why is she more Capellan than a Capellan? Well, you know, this is where we're at. This is where we are at. All right, let me take a look at some things. My throat is now definitively sore. So this is definitely going to be the end of it. All right. It is going to be about an hour and a half until Bulk and the farm crew should be here to entertain you guys as I get out of here. Oh, that was for the whole coming out of nowhere. Yeah, yes. The original book is... I think everybody should read the original book because it enhances this book by understanding why this book existed and, you know, moments where I've very much played with the original and used it in different ways or paced it differently, etc., etc. Oh, Artemis is about 10 minutes away from re-entry, so there should be enough time for you guys to go and enjoy the landing of the Artemis before Bulk and crew will be here if you wish for more entertainment this evening. Thank you so much for everything. I enjoyed this thoroughly. I'm very glad to hear it. I hope everybody has had a good time. I can't believe there's still 57 people here. You guys are insane, and I feel incredibly blessed to have so many people willing to listen to my prose from a ridiculous project that is a ridiculous project of a ridiculous project from a very fun setting that I'm very glad that I dropped into and have all of you wonderful people to share and go through it with. And yeah, it's been a fun time. I'm very, very happy you guys have had fun. I expect to be here next week. We've only got a few chapters left, so I might just also make next week a Hungry Like the Wolf week. Take a little bit of pressure off myself. We'll finish up the entire story, and then it will be done, and you can listen to the entire stupid thing on VOD if you so wish, until such time as we make an audiobook, which is probably going to happen at some point, because we're idiots, and, you know, it sounds like a great thing to just drop at Christmas or something, or middle of the year, whenever it happens. Yeah, finish this book then, Shoal? Yeah, it would be, admittedly, it would allow me, I'm working on, I'll be very excited to tell you guys about it after I'm able to, but I'm working on something really cool, and I want to give it the time it deserves, because I know you guys will love it when it happens. So yeah, having the extra time to clear writing projects off my desk for consultancy stuff, get some of the artwork I need done, and then just, you know, read this work that I did all last month and let that carry me would be very nice. With the Artemis returning, the most important question, will they be returning with our new ant overlords? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe they'll be returning to monkeys pulling them out of the pod in the greatest practical joke of all time. Aiden's Elemental needs to be in the audiobook. It's fine, but in such a style that it doesn't blow out people's speakers. Kid Robin warned us. Clearly will be no stopping them to do the voice of the Elemental. We'll see what we can do. We have a wonderfully talented group of people that I can probably call on, who will look at the shenaniganery and just go, yes, this is fine. And not question my sanity and whether I need to be in an institution or a white coat of specific type. Anyway, we are coming up on hour. I am going to get out of here. I'm glad you guys had so much fun. Hour and a half, you should have Bulk here for his usual chaotic nonsense. I hope you will enjoy that as well if you are back. If you're off to watch the Artemis Landing, please enjoy that. I think I will be here on Sunday for WBPLW. Be wonderful to each other this weekend. Hydrate. Eat something you enjoy. Hug the people you love. If you have an animal near you, please go and bother them. And I will see you next time.